Just figured I'd do this one little thing. Let's pop out that chat. There we go. There we go. But yeah, what lens did you get? Are you just using the one that came with it, which is usually fine? How many miles of travel relative to the sun? I have no idea, Jens. No clue. That is beyond me. No idea. And yeah, what's up, Mirkovic? How you doing? So yeah, Alga Bro, I'm really curious. Yeah, how's the A6400? You toying with it a bit yet? You go take some photos just for the sake of it? Yeah, interesting, Vanix. I would definitely be careful about evading a suspension. I wouldn't necessarily just say that at all. Not something you should advertise. I mean, it's on you. It's not on me, so just saying. Really be careful about what you're saying on a platform in which you're not supposed to be. So that's a single solar orbit. So we're talking about 184, huh? Sounds quite interstellar. Actually, no, it would just be single stellar. So it's just stellar, G-Bone. Interstellars travel between two different star systems. Just like interstate involves having to cross state lines. Just in case, just throwing it out there so you know. Anything involving a single, you know, star system is just stellar. Yeah, no worries. Just figured I'd throw that out there. Yep. But, like, it's a good analogy at that point, right? Like, the interstate is a highway that travels between states. Whereas otherwise, it's just a highway. Yeah, no worries, guys. Just, I don't know. I like the root, like the origins of words and what they mean, etc. So I nerd out on that stuff in my own head all the time. I just shared a little bit of that with you this time. Why a tank is called a tank? I don't. Like, you're talking military tank. And military tank, I believe, borrows its name from, like, you know, like a water tank type stuff, right? So it's something about the fact that it's, like, fully sealable? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm guessing. They aren't fully sealable, though. They have eye slits and stuff. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm curious. Jens, feel free to enlighten us. I feel like it might be something I've learned at one point and then promptly forgot. I do that a lot. No worries there, Mirkovic. Yeah, it's just fun to chat and hang out. Honestly, appreciate y'all for being here. But yeah, Jens, I'm actually intensely curious now. Aha, okay. Oh, so it's not even based upon, like, anything related to the tank itself, right? But it's more about just obscuring the thing they were shipping around. Huh. So is that actually it, Jens, or is Panzer a specific type of tank? Because I thought that was the actual thing. Panzer is like a specific line, and they'd called others Tiger and some other things, right? Right? Panzer stands for Panther or something like that, right? So as far as I understood it, the Germans went with animal names maybe for the same reason, but Panzer is a very specific tank. Is it really? Oh, I thought it stood for Panther. Just because, you know, they also had Tiger and, like, some other, like, animal name tanks. So maybe I'm wrong. Oh, Panzerkampfwagen, which means Armored Fighting Vehicle Mark 1 or something. Okay. So Panzer is literally armored. Okay, I don't know why. Shit. Yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, Panzer just means armor. Right, they did have some tanks that they called Tiger, right? Maybe I'm mixing that one up. Maybe I had that mixed up for ages. No, the Tiger one was a German tank. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, that's how I got him confused. Girls in Armor? Is that what it stands for? So interesting. Mark Elsewhere, thank you for the follow. Welcome. What you up to? Yeah, I don't watch that much anime. I know there's some really good anime out there. I just hate the ones that are a little too, like, shticky. A little too just... And we won with the power of friendship. You know? I really don't like those animes. Like, oh my god, if I wanted to watch something like that, I'd just watch Care Bears again. Yeah, Care Bears did it. Yeah, I really don't like the, and we won with the power of friendship animes. They're the worst. It's just so lazy, you know? I'd rather watch Dragon Ball Z and it's more than half of runtime of recapping the previous episode and showing what's going to happen in the next one, then all the other time is people just staring at each other intensely and grunting. I'd rather watch that. Okay? That's how much I really don't like the lazy, low-effort anime. I tend to watch comedies. That's about it. Comedy and sci-fi. I really don't like the drama-heavy sci-fis a lot of the time. Star Trek Next Generation is a masterclass in like being a drama-heavy sci-fi that still maintains actual like stories and fun. Right? Half of like Star Trek The Next Generation is actually like philosophy, not just drama, which is nice. I like the philosophy aspects. Oh, hey, Mark, I was actually gonna guess. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, what you up to? The Way of the House Husband? That one's pretty good. I'll check it out. Yeah, for sure. And yeah, Mirkovic, I am using some Rust. I've done Rust before. It's been a little bit, but, you know, when in doubt, clone it out and you're done. Yeah, Mark, cool. Yeah, thanks for stopping by the stream. It was super fun hanging out, man. Yeah, definitely one of the highlights of Chain React, for sure. We're doing some Rust code. So we're doing static file-based feature flagging. We don't give a shit about best. Mirkovic, come on. Come on, you know better. They're not sports teams. So yeah, static file-based feature flagging. What does that mean? Well, Growthbook does static file feature flagging, but to actually like use it, you got to host the AI or the UI somewhere, right? So it's still just a bit meh, right? But it's usable. They've got a decent free tier. Growthbook is probably what to go for. But I still want to do something separate, and we've actually just launched it at work to where we're using a static file, but the configuration happens within just a UI like this, right? Within just a static application in which you're going to save to local storage maybe, and then click publish, and it goes and actually generates a pull request for you. Right? And by doing this as a pull request in its own separate repo, there's major reasons why feature flagging just has to be done as a remote thing rather than as part of your main build, because building takes forever. So yeah, I don't know. We're basically doing that. We've got a lot of the way done for the TypeScript stuff, and now we're building out the Rust client. Yeah. So technically version 0.x is already done and usable on all these platforms. Wrote all those by hand. We are now working on the version 1.x branch that adds a whole bunch of extra features and kind of rethinks things as being Git-Native or a GitOps focused approach rather than just a static file somewhere. So yeah, we have to refactor and change the way this Rust code works, and we got a lot more clients to write. It's not going to be quick, but we should be able to get a few of them done quick enough. So yeah, at the very moment, we were getting distracted by someone letting us know where the word tank comes from when talking about tanks. Like, you know, military tanks. And then, yeah, we're diving right back into this sync flags function. All right, so we get our flag group. We get our group ID there in which we scrub the JSON. And actually, we don't want to do that yet. This is scrubbed. Fuck. Oh, yeah, the best detours. I'm going to detour myself here in a minute with some whiskey. I just got a PR merged at work. I think we're fine. All right, so we end up getting a flag group from that. We unwrap it, and we want to set it after grabbing our group ID. So this is going to be self dot lookup table, group lookup table. So we're going to clone that, and we don't need to clone the other, but we should just pass scrubbed file name into here anyway. Oh, and yeah, as string. Interesting. Works for me. All right, so then finally we can do self flag groups group ID is equal to flag group. And yeah, Mark, you ever done much Rust? Nice, nice. Yeah, there's another one too, like Rust for JS devs or something like that. I've heard that's a really good one. The Primogen shouts it out all the time. So this might be another one worth checking out too, just in case. I'm not gonna write assembly by hand, okay? That's my dad's job. And no, he doesn't do that stuff anymore. Like, at all. Which is why it's a ridiculous statement when he says C is too high level, because he doesn't even write code anymore. But yeah, it sounds like something my dad would say. He'll brag about how fast he types for the code he doesn't write anymore. You know, like... So yeah, the reason why I'm so adamant against... You know, oh, the language is too high level, or, oh, you type too slow type arguments. I've dealt with it for far too long, okay? We've looked at and seen some assembly from some really good articles about optimization, which is pretty fun. If you've ever done any .NET, oh man, this is such a good article. It's like from junior... Oh, yeah, they even know which one. From Junior to Genius, optimization story. Right? Could you refactor a checksum thing until it runs 100 times faster? Well, maybe. The answer is actually no, but it's still a really good read. And they go through some of the processes and the thoughts and some of the cool things around how they did this. 40 words per hour. Exactly, Reg. Or reg, yeah. So, Mark, I don't know if you noticed, Go is one of the options as well. So this is just a client SDK for a tool that I've written in Typescript. Because I write things in a productive language first, and then I'll write the SDKs for it in all sorts of stuff. So yes, I have written all of these languages by hand, and I don't care, I'll learn more. We'll add Zig to this list once I get these other ones. No, come on. Smart has nothing to do with it. There's only so much time, and you got stuff that you wanted to do instead. That's it. I'm just lucky. I got started with Rust like 7 or 8 years ago. 2016, I gave a presentation at the Rust meetup here in Seattle. So, you know, I've just got a bit of time into it. And I learned Go around the same time. I did C# in high school. Or not high school, college. Elixir, I learned around the same time as Rust and Go, and I ended up picking Elixir as my language of choice for backends until I decided to do serverless stuff instead. Hello, friend. I'm a programmer. That's it. I'll write the language that makes the most sense for the tool I'm trying to build. The majority of things you'll see me do are probably JavaScript, TypeScript, but that doesn't make me one type of dev. Oh, that's kind of cool. I like that. Nice. You got any cool, like, photos or anything of that stuff? Because that would be, you know, I know you've seen some of, like, the snowboarding photos I was posting and some of that. Like, it'd be really cool if you could, like, show some of that stuff that you've done in the past, as long as it's past statute of limitations, etc. Cameras weren't invented yet. Oh, so you mean, like, graffiti as in, like, drawing with, like, charcoal on a wall in, like, prehistoric Arizona. I get it. Okay. Now I get it. Yeah, cave paintings. That's the graffiti you were talking about. I get it now. Hello, friend. There's no one-size-fits-all. Do whatever you want to do and convince people to pay you money for it. That's it. That's the job. That's the task. Figure it out. Because it is easy. Hello, friend. All you got to do is try. So many things are just, you know, trying, failing a bit, and then getting better at it. For an old spinning HDD? Ooh, that'd be cool, man. Or especially back that shit up. Ooh, back that shit up, because it won't last forever. I've got some hard drives I really need to, like, back up as well. One of them just wasn't even working, and I had to, like, put it in the freezer for a bit, just to, like, extract some data off it. I don't remember the exact reasoning or mechanism around it, but basically when things are hot, they expand, so a bad hard drive may have an issue with just a lead that popped up or something. So by cooling it, it forces it back down to its original, like, location. So that's at least one case where freezing it is useful. Hey, no worries there, Mirkovic. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you. So yeah, I don't know if that's exactly it there, hello friend. There are some other reasons why just being colder is better for a spinning disk hard drive as well. Just keep that in mind. It's not the only reason, but it's at least one of the reasons out there, you know. I am Chris, yeah. Just another Chris. Alright, so we're duplicating a bit of this stuff. I'm okay with it. When would Vexilla be useful? Anytime you need feature flags. So Michael, the reason you would want to use feature flags is because your build process takes too long. Shipping and getting something to production takes a while. So think about it this way. I'll give you the best case scenario. I'm not talking about your little side project that takes 5 minutes to build and you're done, and it's only you committing to it. I'm talking about real-world software projects that have multiple people working on a team, and there are checks and balances to the review process of getting things to the dev environment, the staging environment, and production. Vexilla is an implementation of feature flags. Featureflags.io is a resource to learn about them. And yeah, no worries, Mark. So, Michael, best case scenario. Your build takes 20 minutes to do your end-to-end tests, to do your unit testing, linting, download stuff from NPM, etc. 20 minutes, easily. So if you have 3 environments to do that in, you're looking at an hour alone to get something from a PR made to dev and pushed all the way up to production. And that's the best case scenario. And just remember, that hour doesn't include how much time it took to get people to review your PR. Oh, hey, can you review this PR? Well, yeah. The only time that's going to be a 0 value of the review is if they're rubber stamping it, or if they're right there ready and listening for, hey, I need this PR approved. You know what's actually more likely? You're going to sit there for 5 to 10 minutes before they even see the message. So you're adding, let's say, 10 minutes to every PR review. That's 3 of them, so you added another half hour to that entire process. It's gnarly, right? So you're looking at, let's just give it an hour and a half, bare minimum, for a feature you have to make it to production. Well, what if you want to try something really quick? Oh, you know, it only works for production data. Once you've done that, you've got it up to production. Oh shit, it's broken, we got to turn it off. You're looking at another hour and a half before it's turned off. Yeah, so Bosch, I'm giving like the best case. Like, oh my god. Yeah. So some places, builds take 4 hours to run through a test suite of 3 different browsers at different screen sizes. Like, oh my god. Right? So I'm still talking best case scenario, and that's still a place that considers themselves doing continuous delivery, even if their build takes 4 hours to like test and run through and all that. And that might even have to include multiple environments at that point due to different environment variables. Yikes. Now, I just said this is still like the best case, continuous delivery. Think about the worst case. The absolute worst case is mobile apps. If you have a change you want to ship for a mobile app, there is, you make it, you submit it, you go through your checks and balances review-wise, and then it goes over to Apple to have them approve it. And Apple will usually not get back to you till the next day. And if they have changes for you to make, then you got to make those changes. You're probably going to do them and then resubmit the day after that. And you're looking at easily a week of time for a change you wanted to make it into Apple's process. So, a week is way too long of a time to turn something off and on real quick if you're not sure you really want it. So experimentation is the key to feature flags and A/B testing. A/B testing is just measuring the result of feature flags. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, hold on, Mark. I think I missed it. Would you add feature flags to an A/B test so that you could kill a test that's killing your user experience immediately? Exactly, Mark. Yeah, for sure. So, like I was just saying, feature flags are the building block to A/B testing. You can't do A/B testing without the functionality of feature flagging. A/B testing itself is just the measurement of these feature flags, of these experiments. Yeah, exactly there, Bosch. Yep. So, how did I get interested in feature flagging? Well, I have a tool called StreamParrot. It's the chat overlay below. Unit tests don't require flags at all. No. You would maybe unit test the flag being off or on, but unit tests, they're a unit. They don't really care about the external. So, yeah, unit tests don't care. Unit tests do still require a build, though. But anyway, I have a project that I wanted to turn billing off and on just to like try things, and boom, so I'm using it for my own stuff. I built Vexilla because I can't afford to pay for LaunchDarkly. At the same time, I made Vexilla into the public thing that you see now because I worked at a company in which we had a process where we wanted to like change a threshold value of like who could get an insurance policy at a certain level through our software. Because of like costs and budgeting, etc., we didn't want to just enable a low value of maybe like 500K, I forget the number, right? A 500K policy isn't worth it for us due to like the overhead we have to pay for the services we're consuming. So $1 million was like the minimum or something. But every once in a while, we'd lower it down to that 500K so that a couple people could do their sales thing and get people into it. I'm not in it anymore, I used to be. So at this company, we had a process in which Launch Darkly is like the most famous A/B testing tool. Most famous feature flag tool. Basically, we had a process in which every Tuesday or whatever, I forget the day, we would have to change that threshold value and merge it up through 3 environments to have it live in the time window that the user would care about it, and then turn it off again. And it was easily an hour and a half lead time we'd have to have, and we'd have to hope the people that needed to review things were available, and it was a nightmare. We could have solved the entire problem with feature flags. I actually had it ready and we could have used it, could have been just done and dusted, and we never would have had to have any like friction from that process. But no, the boss I had at the time was like, well, yeah, cool, that's great, but couldn't we also like, let's do stuff based on like specific users, and you know, I want like a service to manage it and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, motherfucker, you're letting perfect be the enemy of the good. And it sucked. So yeah, never got to use it at work at that company because short-sighted, you know, bad management. Michael, why would it take 20 minutes? Because end-to-end tests are slow. I'm not talking about unit tests, I'm talking end-to-end tests. Those are slow. You can take my word for it, or you can go just look it up. What would be my proposal? Cheaper prices, open source. It is cheaper prices and open source. It's static file hosting. You just put the JSON file somewhere. That's it. And it's open source, etc. All right, any more deep questions about this? Happy to answer, but I'd rather deal with it now, rather than while I'm digging into this next, you know, bit of code. So yeah, did that help? I know Mark and Hello Friend and a couple people were curious. Yep, just making sure. Look at it this way, Michael. It's anecdotal evidence. I'm not explaining why, but I know for a fact that the end-to-end tests for Mixer ran in 40 minutes. And that's just the end-to-end test, not even their whole pipeline. They couldn't optimize that or parallelize that any further. "40 minutes for every environment." It is, but I interviewed with Mixer before they died, which is where I got the amazing story of the CEO kid. Like, oh man, let me tell this story. I love this fucking story. So fun. So yes, I went and interviewed at Mixer. We're talking before I started streaming. Part of why I started streaming was actually like the CEO guy was like, I'd love it if you started streaming and, you know, like then you'd understand our customers more, etc. And I was like, well, shit, fuck it, why not? I started streaming on Mixer and Twitch at the same time, and then I just stopped streaming on Mixer because like over the course of a month, only like 30 views had happened. Meanwhile, I was getting like multiple hundred views on Twitch in that same time, like per day. So yeah, like Mixer was super dead for programming. Totally not worth it. I don't like the gambling thing. Doesn't mean I'll never do it, but I'm just not a big fan, and I'm gonna need to convince myself. So anyway, here's this story. I interviewed at Mixer, and it was Microsoft, so they had this whole, like, you know, 4 interview process. If you get to the number 4, you're pretty much in. I only got to number 3. But basically, first interview, you know, hanging out, kind of like chatting like we do. Had to do like a, like identifying emoji in the, like in a message text, right? Same way that Twitch replaces emotes, etc. in text, same way I'm doing it in StreamParrot actually, very similarly, right? You have to block out where the emoji are and like, you know, replace them with something. So that process of doing that find and replace of emoji within a message was like one of the coding problems. And they did it with recursion or preferred recursion. I did it with a loop. And I'm sitting there chatting with the dude and, you know, like same way we're chatting. I'm on some machine that's not familiar, you know, blah, blah, blah. I go to run it and it fails first try. Oh shit, okay. And we're still just chatting, hanging out. And I go to look at it, and I'm like trying to understand the output and all that, because it's a new machine. He's like trying to explain like where things are failing. Like, I don't know. I look, and I'm like, oh, I forgot that edge case. Cool. I forgot to handle for 0. Boom, 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 right? Like an empty string or whatever. Boom, boom, boom. Fix that one case, and all of the tests pass. And he goes, wait, what? Like, because he didn't expect it. I was sitting there bullshitting with him the whole time, like we do here on stream. So that was really fun. Made me proud of that. So then I go on to the second interview, and that's with the CEO of Mixer, or whatever, president, or whatever his name was. You know, he was CEO of Beam, and then they got acquired by Microsoft, right? All it was with him was just go out to lunch, hang out, chat. They have amazing prime rib in the cafeteria at Microsoft, like really good prime rib. It was delicious. So yeah, ate all that. And, yeah, while we're chatting, he's just asking, like, so yeah, do you play some games? And I was like, yeah, you know, I play League of Legends. That's probably why I didn't get the job. I admitted to playing League of Legends. So that was probably it. But anyway, I asked him, what kind of games do you like to play? He's like, oh, I'm really big into racing games. And it's kind of brutal, you know? Like, ever since we got... hold on, let me phrase this. I play racing games, right? And there's this brutal cycle where, you know, I like to play Forza Horizon, and there's this car in it that's just awesome. It's this Lamborghini. It drives like a dream in the game. It's the best. But now, since we've been bought by Microsoft, I bought one in real life, and driving the one in the game just makes me want to go drive the one in real life. So I'll go start driving around in real life in my Lamborghini, but I can't open up like I can in the game. And it's a vicious cycle. And it was just like... I can't relate to that at all. Like, nah, man. Okay, cool. Sure. Awesome. Cool, man. All right. Cool. So big gulps, huh? So yeah, that was fun. I don't think he was meaning it as a flex. I really don't think it was. I think that was him in a moment. Like, their whole team, they talk about cars, right? The friend I had that got me the interview became a car person after that. And every time I saw him, he had a new car, right? Some Audi, some bullshit. Like, because he can't afford the Lambo, so he can't fit in with the other guys or something. I don't fucking know. But yeah, they were car people. To me, a car is the thing that gets me from point A to point B, hopefully with all-wheel drive. That's it. I drive through snow enough that I need all-wheel drive, and that's, you know, no big deal. But I probably would not have been a good culture fit. But yeah, it was a fun conversation. Pretty good stuff. And yeah, third interview, he had me, like, third dude was like, he'd been at Microsoft for years. And he had me do, like, Fibonacci on a whiteboard. Number one, I got a bad shoulder. If y'all haven't seen, like, oof. Yeah, my shoulder dislocates real bad. So yeah, writing on a whiteboard is my nightmare. Like, I just don't do it. Dude was yawning the whole time he was in there. It was just terrible interview. And yeah, so if you make it past the third interview, you're usually good, but I got filtered out on the third interview. That's how the Microsoft one works. Mixer became Mixer when they got bought by Microsoft. Hello, friend. For millions of dollars. Microsoft owned Mixer by the time it was known as Mixer. Before then, it was called Beam.tv. And it's a funny story. Beam.tv got started because the kid played a lot of Minecraft, and he got his parents to invest into, I believe, got his parents to invest into his Minecraft hosting company. And then they ended up trying to make like a streaming, service for the Minecraft servers, and then realized, well, shit, we could just make a streaming service. And they created FTL, which is the faster than light, like audio codec, or not audio, video codec like processing, like the translation process. Part of the acquisition of Mixer was, I believe, getting the experts that created FTL on payroll. Because FTL is under the hood of Xbox Live and Microsoft Teams. Yeah, Jens, seriously, one of the big reasons for acquiring the company was the FTL tech, which was open source, but you still, like, even open source stuff gets acquired because you're acquiring actually the experts that helped build it. Right? Same reasons Shopify bought Remix. Sure, they were buying some publicity and some of that stuff, but they were really buying the geniuses that created Remix. Yeah, Michael, there's also another type of testing called visual regression tests, in which you're basically taking a screenshot and comparing it to an older version of that screenshot for that same page. And those can be really interesting. So hello, friend, that's what an end-to-end test is on the front end. Those are the interaction tests that you're talking about. So yeah, that was a fun story time, wasn't it? Yeah, no worries, Jens. Enjoy. Yeah, I'll see you again soon. Showing who? Me? I'm showing someone? Or you're showing the boys? Yeah, for sure. I mean, if people wanted to just watch a video of people programming, they'd go to YouTube. The reason people come to Twitch is the interaction. I mean, my dad, his biggest claim to fame was not actually the coding that he did. He was more of a hardware person. So when you dial the 1-800, like any 1-800 phone number, it goes through like the computer system my dad designed. He doesn't live anywhere nearby, and he has nothing relevant to say about programming these days. His time as a programmer was 30 years ago. But yeah, he designed SMS 800, which is the computer system that routes all of your phone numbers to the landline they're associated with. The association of a landline to a 1-800 number is part of number portability that my mom was working on at the time, doing a bunch of COBOL. No. Blaming genetics is the easy way out. Hey, Mark. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, the YouTube metric I'm actually most concerned with isn't even the 1,000 anymore. I'm gonna have to hit that, like, 4,000, like, watch hours, and that one's tougher. Over a bite to eat? There you go, Serpico. No, they met at some courthouse in California, like where they were working, right? Like digitizing records was part of like their task. So yeah, why is this no good? So yeah, the as string is no good. We can just pass the reference if we want. But then it messes this part up. Yeah, exactly, Cohawk. Yeah. Like, it's definitely a mix of nature and nurture. It's not one or the other, but yeah, like, nurture is a huge part of it. Nah, it is about hard work, hello friend. It really is. It's not necessarily about, like, doing the hardest work. It's about doing the work that matters and trying to recognize those patterns and stuff. Oh, Michael, it takes, like, literally an image or a screenshot, and it just does a diff of those images, right? So it's not machine learning to detect those things. It's just the actual, like, you lay them over each other, which parts changed. So it's more like a pixel by pixel check. That gets fuzzy when you're trying to do it against maybe a rapidly changing, like, front end, but you can actually tell the screenshotter tool to, like, block out certain sections. Things like that. So you can tell it which parts should not be part of the screenshot, and it'll just cover them up. Oh, much better there, Cohawk. Like, ooh. Yeah, that headache on Saturday was bad. Like, really bad. So, what I don't understand is this. Oh, hold on. It might be because I have it as async. which means I probably have that bug up with the, yeah, with the blocking one here too. And yeah, we still get this error. So consider borrowing. If I borrow it, then we're still not getting what we expected, though. Right? And here's the funny part, right? The reference or the as string, they do the same thing. Ooh, I thought they did the same thing. I guess they don't. Okay. Yeah, they do. Okay, so they definitely do the same thing. It was the async that was getting us. That's weird. Okay. Works for me. Cool. All right, so we got the sync flags and sync flags blocking both done. And yeah, I think, you know, we could have a whiskey now. And yeah, let me respond to this here. Awesome tweet. Thank you, Mr. Mark. All right, so our next bit. Feature here should eventually have a value. Toggle feature is our default, and we see value right there. So there's something I'm missing about how we need to use the enum to get at our feature. I think it's this. Okay, so I need to understand Rust's enums more. Trav, where you at? I need help. Yeah, so I think I'm misunderstanding something about how Rust's enums really want to work with this. Oh. Yes, that's not it. Yeah, so is that it? That's it. That causes so much more red. Oh my god, what did I do this time? Okay, so I'd have to make this one non-exhaust, or make it exhaustive. Okay, that's not so bad. So gradual would be a separate one. Selective, and then value. Right, so we want to just do something like this, which is an F64, and we'll just say greater than 0. Do I have to do 0.0? I do. So then value here is no type on that. What's actually on selective here? Oh, right. So now I'd have to match upon what type of selective we are. I know, I'm not happy about it either. I'm really not happy about it. I don't think that's it. Thought I could do feature there. Yeah, it is. Okay, and then it would be feature dot. Oh, Git hates me. Now it's just saying this one's no longer exhaustive. Let's go find selective feature again. So it's string or number, and then number is that enum. I hate it. Oh god. It's fine. Everything's fine. I don't even think I'm doing most of this right. How does it not know what that type is? I know, keep nesting. It'll only get better, right? Well, we have to do nesting for value here, too. No, and it's a vec. Yeah. Oh, that's how many X's developer I am. Totally. No, it's power mode. It's just fun. It's also responsible for like the fireworks. It's just good fun. Oh, that's whiskey. Do I instead just do that? No. Not a tuple struct or tuple variant. Oh. So it's something about how I'm defining the enums. Yeah, any Rust experts out there know the fix? I think if I just do that, are we good? No. Alright, well, let's Google this one. What's up, Nemesis? How you doing? So that's a unit. That's a tuple. And this is a struct. Oh. Okay. So I think at that point, the thing that Trav was recommending, where we just define some of these structs inline, I think I want to do that separately. Because I don't want to have to define all those props. But hold on, maybe I can just pass this. Nope. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's the main gist. I need to refactor those enums to where those are just structs. And then we're way better off. I almost want to take a screenshot of this for Trav. Just so, like, I can explain it to him later when, you know, if he asks the question of, like, why we're doing it a different way. I get it there, right? I just did that, though. Right? You're saying something like this? Literally ... Oh. That's a thing? Oh, I didn't... I've never seen that feature. Yeah. So they still hate it. It should have a value, though. But it should be identifying this as a selective feature string or the struct that it would be. I'm thinking about just making a struct for it. Yeah, I thought you were just saying like, you know, like, yeah, fill in the blanks. So yeah, I've never seen the dot dot syntax like that. Is that just like spreading the object that we passed? Okay. Huh. Okay. Meh, works for me. All right, yeah, thank you. Good call. Yeah, it works for me. All right. Yeah, good call. I have not used that syntax before. What's up, Sandrior? How you doing? Yeah, so for most of these, we're going to want to implement a proper check here. But we end up doing basically the same thing here that we did for selective. I don't know, Cameron. I'm not sure. Being curious? I think that works, right? Hey, Mark! Thank you for the sub, dude. When are you gonna start streaming? Yeah, thank you, man. Been on the fence to stream forever? It's really fun. And hey, LL Cool Chris. Just need to pull the trigger? Yeah. There you go, hello friend, totally. Yeah, it's been a bit. Let's do the shout out thing. You gonna be at TwitchCon this year? And yeah, Mark, like, it's super fun. Yeah, you're gonna stream to basically only a handful of people for a bit. As long as you know, raid other streams, introduce yourself, you'll build up a big audience real quick. Oh, gotcha. Still waiting for your PR card. PR, is that like a passport card or something? Oh, yes, that's not ideal. Permanent residency, that's it. Yeah, thank you. I'm good, how about you, Jovis? Yeah. But you never know. Yeah, exactly, hello cool Chris, right? Don't want to chance it too much. Oh, interesting, Mark. Okay. So she was stuck here in the USA just due to like weird border stuff. Oh, like because technically if she had gone back to Brazil, she might not have been able to make it back due to just the permanent residency stuff. Gnarly. Oh, really? Gnarly. Okay. Huh. Okay. But yeah, what was I saying? Oh, if you do want to start streaming, all you need is a camera and a mic. You know, microphone, probably more important than camera at first. With good lighting, you can make a cheap, like, C920, like, really good. Right? Like, good enough. So yeah, lighting and a decent camera, right? And that means just like a C920, or even your phone could work. Those are great options, right? You don't have to spend hundreds on, like, expensive camera stuff. And yeah, no worries, LL Cool Chris. Sorry, what, yeah. What was he up to? You go eat your food there, LL Cool Chris, for sure. But, yeah, everyone coming from LL Cool Chris's stream, what were they up to? Yeah, I didn't even read it. I got distracted. Ah, rebuilding the portfolio from Astro to SvelteKit. Interesting. Okay. Curious if there was a specific reason or just, you know, just felt like rebuilding anyway. Oh, and you're still around. Okay, cool. Yeah, so, yeah, do you have any reasoning or just felt like learning SvelteKit? Absolutely, hello friend. Yeah, talk as if there are people watching anyway. Oh, internationalization is a pain with Astro? So one thing you might consider, though, LL Cool Chris, is are you doing, like, runtime internationalization? Because that's not necessarily ideal. You're not going to get the same, like, SEO, etc., things like that. I'm a big fan of actually rendering all of your strings into the bundle at compile time, which you can do with Astro, and then you're just shipping like an entire set of like, you know, a whole extra bundle per other languages, and it's just accessible at like a sub-route. That's actually been like the most scalable, like easy to do internationalization I've ever done. Astro Islands? I guess, I mean... So yeah, I don't know. Is your blog really big enough to need SSR and not just static site generation? To me, like, doing anything like that only makes sense if you're, like, the size of, like, dev.to or HackerNoon or something, right? For a personal blog, it'll build fast enough with whatever you're doing, right? So building it out 10 different ways for different languages probably isn't a big deal. Especially because you can parallelize them. But yeah, I mean, you got your reasons. I'd just be curious to like check out why. Really? Okay, yeah. Interesting, LL Cool Chris. I would assume that they have some type of like patterns and stuff for that, but maybe they don't. Yeah, that would be like a good good thing for them to maybe focus on like the next version of Astro. Can we all just point out that I'm still really sad they haven't implemented the greatest contribution to their code base ever done? Right? Why is it that they're still spinning up under port 3001 when for something like Astro and a tool called Houston, why are they not opting into 4321 as the port to spin up on. It's right there. It's so easy. How have they not changed that yet? How have they not done that yet? 4321, and then it's a unique, like, favicon for that framework, right? How many people here work with multiple frameworks that all want to operate on 3001, right? Sometimes you start seeing the wrong favicon for the wrong project, just due to, like, browser caching and stuff. If they had their own canonical port, boom, problem solved. It's like some stoner who likes to wear beanies and cool hoodies proposed that like a year ago. You know, like, holy shit. Now, hello friend, I think you're missing it, right? Interactivity and state client-side wise is still possible with SSR. All SSR is doing is rendering out the HTML first, and then you get interactivity afterwards. So yeah, client-side JavaScript is still always going to be there if you need interactivity. That's not what SSR is meant to do. It's meant to create the HTML so the user sees something while all your JavaScript is still downloading. That's fine, hello friend. That is totally okay on a server-side rendered framework. That is absolutely fine. No, hello friend, you're still missing it. SSR still has the idea of hydration. Hydration is adding interactivity to pre-rendered stuff. So SSR and static site generation can both still have dynamic and interactive content. It's about how the content was generated first, and then how the JavaScript is added onto that content. So server-side rendering and static site generation can still have interactivity. Yeah, that's the point though, hello friend. SSR is about preloading those things so that the user can see something without having to wait for the JavaScript. That is the problem with CSR, right? Like pure CSR. When you go to load a page, you see just that loading spinner, instead of actually a page with content in it that you can read and, you know, the interactivity adds in later. Interactivity is not mutually exclusive from SSR or SSG. It's just about the user's initial experience. Again, hello friend, that's fine. You're gonna go fetch those things as if it was a CSR rendered app anyway. Your SSR is just gonna have the first 10, and then you can load stuff later using interactivity. Nope, not true, hello friend. Loading those other 10 is just a request to a server in the exact same way you would do it with CSR. Yeah, you totally missed the point. Both of these things are about the time to first byte, right? About when you see something versus having to wait for the waterfall of all your JS assets. So here's a really good article. And Mark, yeah, let me read your thing real quick, sorry. Rendering on the web. This article goes into all of it. This helps explain what these various things are optimizing for metric-wise. At the end of the day, you can do all of the same things with all of them. No, it's fine, Mark. I'll read that in a sec. Yeah, I'll catch back up. I just wanted to point out, like, yeah, time to first byte, first contentful paint, interaction to next paint, and then total blocking time. These are the metrics that you really care about for the user of your website. And at the end of the day, they explain what those terms are, but this is where they dig into what these things do. And this is a slightly older article, so some of these things are a little off, right? But understanding those terms is going to be hugely important. So at the end of the day, SSR with rehydration, CSR with pre-rendering, these are basically the same thing, in my opinion, right? The difference between these two things is meh. They're missing static site generation, which is elsewhere, right? But you can look at static site generation as server-side rendering, in which you render every page at compile time, whereas normal SSR is rendering a page on the fly because you might have a million pages and statically generating them would take too long. right? So think about like car sales. You need that shit to load fast, right? And if it's something that's like popular in an area, you can have it loaded fast and cached at the edge for the users in that area of that like car dealership or whatever. But you may have so many entries in your database of cars that you're selling that to render every single page statically just takes too long. So that's why you would server-side render, because then you only render the pages you care about, the ones that are actually being used. You don't have to waste time rendering a page that no one even visits. So the main gist is here with the CSR and pre-rendering, they're talking about rendering every page at compile time. And SSR here in their definition is basically about on-the-fly rendering of pages that are actually accessed. After that, you can have any interactivity you want, and it's the exact same as if you were doing full CSR, right? As far as the fetching and stuff goes. Things get a little muddy when you start talking about actions and remix, but we can ignore that part because that just confuses things more. No, hello friend, you're wrong. You can absolutely have on-click on an SSR page. Yep, totally. You can absolutely do that. No problem, not an issue. There's nothing preventing that. It maybe depends on what those clicks are doing. Oh, that's fine, hello friend, right? All that's saying is that component needs client-side JavaScript to do stuff. So you have to put use client there. That's it. Doesn't mean that the other part of the app isn't server-side rendered, it just means that component might not server-side render. That's fine, that's not a big deal. It means the rest of the entire page can server-side render, and then your client-side only thing just, happens after the fact. But you've still shown the user something in the time it took to load that CSR stuff. So, hold on. SGP, I do want to say I'm not a big fan of people throwing around OCD as a joke. I'm sorry, it's a thing people really do, deal with and have to, manage every day, right? You can say you're obsessive, sure, but actually, labeling yourself OCD as a joke is not okay. Sorry. Right? It diminishes stuff people actually deal with. No offense, I'm just letting you know. You're not banned for it, but I'm just not a fan of, throwing it around. So hello friend, the reason SSR took so long for popular front-end frameworks is because of the idea of hydration. Using JavaScript to render dynamic content at server-side rendering time, and then hydrating the JavaScript into the browser. It's a totally different thing, and very different from how you'd do it with a Laravel page that is server-side rendered, and then you're just progressively enhancing it with some JavaScript. That's a totally different thing, because you're doing a different set of logic for the page versus using the same logic. Yeah, technically, server-side rendering, SSR is the fuzzy part, right? Server rendering is Laravel, any PHP framework, WordPress, whatever. It's the server spitting out HTML to the page, and then you have some JavaScript to decorate it. That's as old as time. The rehydration of using the exact same UI logic on the server and the client, that's the magic. You're not writing in a different language on the server, you're writing the same exact React app and just rehydrating it for the user. So it's the idea of JavaScript being just decoration or JavaScript being the entire application, right? The idea isomorphic is really what we're talking about, meaning that your code renders the same in the browser and the server. That is not quite the same when you have a Laravel app that uses JavaScript to augment what it shipped you. Now, I know there's a lot of older people out there that hate the term isomorphic. I get it, it's fine, but it's kind of necessary to understand that this is a different thing. It's like people that hate the word idempotent. Okay, you can hate it if you want, but meh. I ain't got time for hating stuff like that. So, hold on, let me do a shout out for Code Warrior. I am sorry. Yeah, we were in the middle of a rant, my bad. How was your stream? I mean, he's angered by all sorts of JS. He's actually much more mellow in person. He's a really fun person to chat with and hang out with and talk to. Like, very cool dude. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hello, friend. Did you know I used to be a snowboard bum? I used to live in my van all summer long. I didn't become a dev until I was 30. Yeah, maybe, but you might not realize how long I did it for. I think that's the main thing. I used to eat potatoes and onions every day for breakfast because it was cheap. Add some summer sausage to that, you got yourself a good meal. But yeah, hold on. Mark, yeah, you made some comments. I want to make sure I catch up with them. And yeah, so Code Warrior, what are you up to, though? Getting back after a year hiatus? Nice. Oh, Mark. I saw what you just said. That was awesome. So yeah. The Woodford is what I'm drinking at the moment. I tend to, I like the Costco-sized Woodford. That was awesome. No, that was awesome. That was totally worth reading. Dude, that was just so crazy. Honestly, they were probably right. I could have handled more, as we experienced for the rest of the day, but I get it. Like, that was a bit of volume within that time. I know. Here's the worst part. I'm pretty sure the manager lady was like mean mugging me when I first got there. She was just staring me down. So I think it was something to do with that. She must think I looked like some ex she had or something. I don't know. It was weird. But she was like mean mugging me when I first got in there. If everyone doesn't know, I got cut off at Sizzle Pie in Portland. Which is just so strange to me. They didn't even have a good reason, just I had too much, I guess. I only had probably 5 drinks over the course of 3 hours, but still. That ain't shit. So you got some Docker stuff going on with Blazor, Wasm, and Keycloak. Ooh, nice. I have not used Keycloak. Hold on. Keycloak is like an OAuth thing? No. It is authentication, user management, authorization, but for like Kubernetes stuff? Or am I mixing that up? I know I've heard of Keycloak. I've never actually used it. Single sign-on stuff. Okay, yeah. So it's like an Auth0 competitor. Okay, yeah, no, we're good. It is what I thought. Clerk, etc. It wants to manage all your user accounts and stuff. Yeah. Oh, and it's sponsored by Red Hat. That makes more sense. It can be used with all sorts of stuff. Okay. What's Kubernetes? Ooh, Vinny. So Kubernetes is Ooh, it was heightism. Ooh, that could be it. I am a small person, right? So I am a bit of a small person. I could see it. I could see it. I could see it. The weirdest part was when one of them was like, well, yeah, the manager went up and saw you and cut you off. I was like, what the fuck did they see? They didn't see nothing. Bullshit. And then they didn't mention that a single other time because they knew it was bullshit. That was the best part. They decided to go back on just like the number. All right, fine, whatever. Yeah, I mean, Kinslayer. You've seen way worse here. Like, way worse. Shit. So yeah, real Vinny, Kubernetes is a container orchestration layer. Honestly, yeah, the next bar was way more fun. Better food, too. You know, like more variety. Yeah. But yeah, dude, that was a fun night. That was super chill. That was my first time really, like, hanging out with, the other Mark. Ping Mark. So yeah, like, in a significant way. You know, we had chatted a little bit, like, you know, the days before, but hadn't really, like, partied with him until that night, and that was awesome. Whiskey and Red Bull? Yeah, nah, it's not for me. Yeah, exactly. Super cool dude. Yeah, I've done like Red Bull and vodka before. That's fine. You know, it's drinkable. Scotch on the rocks for you? Yeah, it makes sense. I like a mixer, so I'm doing, I mean, water's barely a mixer, but I don't like drinking straight whiskey that much. So yeah, water is a good, like, low-calorie mixer for whiskey that actually, like, exposes some of the, like, subtle notes about the flavor of a whiskey, too. Yeah, I typically do Coca-Cola when I'm out and about. But yeah, when I'm here at home, I'm usually trying to keep the calories a little bit lower. Unless I have a cluster headache hitting, like Saturday, and then I'm just chugging. Red Bull Coca-Cola helps get it down quicker. I can't do Coke Zero, I don't do fake sugar. Which sucks because, Rogue Energy actually is, like, reaching out for, like, sponsor stuff, and I don't know, right? Anyone ever had Rogue Energy? Yeah, IPAs just, like, fill up my belly too much, too. I used to drink IPAs pretty much consistently. Like, you know, I wouldn't drink whiskey out at the bar because it was harder to pace. And then at some point, I was able to put down more whiskey, so it didn't become an issue. But yeah, like, I don't know. All of their energy drinks, etc., are zero sugar, which means they're using fake sugar, which means I just can't do it. So yeah, if they had a sugared version, I'd be all about it. Like, totally. But nah. I feel bad. Not really, but, you know. It'd be cool to get a sponsor for some type of energy drink stuff. But I'll just have to hit up Red Bull. Galliano. Oh, and yeah, no worries, Code Warrior. Yeah, sorry. Nah, thank you. Real quick, though, what you eating? This is a foodie stream in disguise. Oh, yeah, we're gonna be doing cooking streams on my other channel here real soon. I got a hot plate coming so I can do, like, the cooking on the island. Yeah, I used to be able to drink rum, and then I overdid it one night, and basically I became a science fair volcano of vomit. And I don't drink rum anymore. Like, I'm sitting there on the couch. Just straight up in the air. It was so gnarly. I released the Kraken. Totally. It was Sailor Jerry's, but close enough. Yeah. Yeah, so I haven't been able to drink rum ever since. Ooh, hello, friend. That's not a bad move. Yeah, like red wine or something is, yeah, not a bad, like, pace yourself kind of drink, but, you know. Yeah, you're not getting shit-faced on whiskey. You can, like, drink it and sip it and... Oh, the subtle notes. Yes. Shallow and pedantic. Right? Like, totally. You can pull those moves. Have fun with it. But yeah, cooking stream on the other channel. We'll be doing that stuff real soon. Exactly, Kinslayer. Like, you have to talk about Frasier while drinking wine. I thought that was a rule. Yeah, I mean, so part of the problem is Red Hat recently got criticized for some things, but they do sponsor a lot of stuff. Like, I don't know, it could be a cool company. And yeah, Mark, thank you for sharing that. Like, you didn't get into dev till 40? Like, that's legit, man. That's awesome. You expect some gourmet cooking? I do a pretty decent, all sorts of meals that I enjoy eating that I think will be fun. One of the first things I'm gonna do is like a butter shrimp recipe that I do. So hello, friend, that's a different thing. He just drinks a lot of whiskey while cooking. Totally different thing. I'm joking, by the way. I don't know. Great butter chicken. Ooh, I haven't tried like a butter chicken. You're talking like the Indian dish, which is actually like a British dish, but it's Indian inspired at least. I've never made a butter chicken. Like the butter shrimp thing I'm talking about is more just like the noodles are buttered, like so there's like no sauce. But I cook the shrimp in a way that they got a lot of seasoning, and then I take the buttered noodles and mix in and cook with it, and you know, it's basically I don't remember like the type of like noodle dish it is. I don't think it's a scampi. I don't remember what makes something a scampi. But yeah, no, it's really good because I use angel hair, and angel hair is very like finicky. If you overdo angel hair, it sucks. But yeah, angel hair like buttered, mixed with like this shrimp that I seasoned just right, and like, you know, boom, 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 and oh, it's good. It's a good one. I also do a chow mein that I enjoy making. I do like a cheesesteak I enjoy making. I don't like calling it a Philly cheesesteak though, because people from Philly get real mad. I do put Cheese Whiz in it, but still, people from Philly get real mad. No, but I do have a lot of repos. I do think I ship more than most people who stream, which I'm pretty proud of. But I also stream more than most people who stream too, so whatever. I'd like to actually create a list of all the things we made here on stream and put it like in the description below. It'd be a pretty good list, I think. Yeah, angel hair is a very thin noodle, but it ends up being like really nice for certain things because it's not as like thick, you know, not as like just chunky. For a spaghetti, like, yeah, you want the spaghetti to like hold on to the spaghetti sauce, but for a butter dish, like, you don't care about the noodles holding the butter, you know. Oh, Zeb. The reason, like, one of the big reasons I stream as much as I do is because I don't work on side projects on my own time. I have so many video games I could be playing right now. I have, like, you haven't even, like, procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. So yeah, Zeb, like, seriously, I get massively more productive. Ooh, yeah, Mark, that sounds awesome. So what you're saying is, if I schedule, like, a tech poker tournament for charity, you'd like an invite? Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah, I want to set up, like, a tech charity poker tournament, for sure. Yeah, I think it'd be fun. And Discord has a really good, like, poker interface to do it with, right? I just request that, like, every person show their camera, right? Yeah, sounds good. I mean, here's another thing. It'd be nice. It'd be really nice to participate, but I need, like, announcers, too. Like, I'll probably just end up being the announcer, but I'd love to have someone else, like, help me fill the void. So yeah, it depends on if you'd be more interested in playing or more interested in just being a part of it. Just let me know. So, Trevenge, showing the hands is no big deal because Discord has, like, an app. Oh, yeah, I'd invite Prime, Tej, like, everyone. Melky. Right? I'm not gonna let personal things get in the way of just trying to keep it more professional. Yeah, I'll invite, you know, RWX Rob. I don't care. Oh, I don't need it on the ideas list. That's one of those ones I can't forget. Like, there's certain ideas that never need to be written down because you won't let yourself forget them. I have an app that I've been meaning to work on for years that I still haven't worked on. Because I feel like I'd have to do it off stream. But I don't know. It's like such an obvious idea. Like, I even interviewed someone. No, it's not porn related. I interviewed someone for a job, like basically for my job, because I was a contractor at the time, and they were looking for a senior Angular engineer at the previous company I worked at. And I was interviewing people for basically my job, and I'm okay with it. Like, I don't give a shit. I was a contractor. I was getting paid. And one of the people who definitely was not senior, like not even close to senior, they actually started talking about an idea that was like, dude, that's my idea. It was like what I was thinking was like, dude, it's such a common idea. No one owns the idea, you know? Like, come on. But I had that, like, moment of just like, he stole my idea! Dude, how could he have stolen my idea? It's just an idea. You know? Like, I just had that thought, though, like, momentarily. Yeah, we didn't hire him. I'm kidding. You know? Like, we didn't hire him because he wasn't senior. That was it, and we were looking for a senior to, like, lead the whole project if I disappeared. Ooh, hello friend, I have no idea about seed rounds. I've never been part of, like, a VC funding thing at all. I do have some projects I'd love to, you know, propose to, like, Y Combinator, etc., but nah, I know nothing about, like, seed round and investment and all that stuff. I have built out the software for startups, basically. But this was for people that hired the client agency I was at to build them an app using some fund of money that they had. Those things never succeed. Never. Right? They're investing their own money into a platform. If they couldn't convince someone else to donate to it, there's no way it's gonna work. I'm sorry. It's nah. I've done a whole bunch of ones. Like, one of them, a dude wanted to build a thing for boot camp grads to be accountable for their interview process after. He basically wanted us to remake email using not email. And he was funding it with his own money. It was a doomed project from the start. This is that project that I've talked about where reading through the commit messages... Oh, hold on. Let me put it this way. Before I even took on the project, 2 other developers at the company looked at the code base and noped out. So then, when I'm handed this project, and these guys were senior, right? One of them is the one that got me the interview for Mixer, right? These guys were senior. They told me as I'm coming into it, yeah, so this client had the project built by some company in Europe, and I guess the developer that worked on that project just disappeared into Southeast Asia. And it was at that point where I was like, well, okay, I don't know what that means, but all right. And then I get this project and I start looking through like the Git history. And it's actually this the most recent commits are at the top. I can actually see like the entire, like, this dude's losing his mind, or technically as I read down, he's like gaining his sanity. So this dude, he starts out like, oh, I hate the client. Things like that. Oh man, I really don't want to have to do this, but it's the only way it works. So finally it's like, I'm just doing this while I can. Just because I can. Oh, I shouldn't code drunk. You know, like, his commits just started getting worse and worse. Like, really bad. Till all of a sudden, like, yeah. The last commits are just like, did stuff. You know, like, so bad. And then, like, you know, like, yeah. Disappeared into Southeast Asia. Never heard from again. Right? Like, dude, it was a crazy fucking story. Crazy moment. One of my favorite moments working on any project. The repo wasn't that bad. They were doing some really, really gross things with middleware. In such a way that they would, like, they were using middleware to do their data fetching. Which, keep in mind, I've worked on enough projects in which I've done that too. But stuff needs to be, like, easily traceable. And you shouldn't have middleware that depends on other middleware to work. You know, like, oh, the order of your middleware matters. It was basically to the point where, oh, I needed to, like, figure out where this data was coming from, and I had to trace through 11 different, like, bits of middleware to figure out, like, how that value was being attached to the context. It was super annoying. I mean, it was doable. If you look at how I'm doing my APIs right now, I do my middleware in a very similar way. But it's not like they're nested and calling each other, it's a stack of middleware. Right? That is more doable, right? You can see every bit of middleware being called. Instead, this was, well, yeah, it had a middleware that was calling other middleware inside of its middleware, because I heard you like middleware, so I built middleware for your middleware, right? Like, dude, it was so bad, right? You had no idea where some of these things on the context were coming from until you traced through the thing that was attaching it to it. Whereas instead, at least, the APIs you've seen me build recently are doing that. I'm attaching to the context, right, of the request or whatever, but my getter and my middleware of that is exactly the prop name, right? Like, you know, camel-cased instead of lower-cased, but still, it's exactly the prop name, so you know exactly which middleware is fetching it. Things like that. People not thinking about the person who has to read that shit later. Oh, and Mark, you can swear here. You can fucking swear. I don't mind. Shit. So a bar in your hometown that went out of business because, oh god. Okay, so maybe, yeah. Gnarly. Don't mention that terrible stuff they put on the check. But yeah, gnarly. And hey, what's up, Seneca? How you doing? And you don't want to dox yourself and some of that stuff. I gotcha. Totally gotcha. Yep. Yeah, no worries. Perfect. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so we got that syntax done. We got to figure out why some of this stuff isn't being saved right. Man, we're already at 5 o'clock. Okay, yeah, no. So this part we're good at. This is just value feature. Number int. Float. And then len is no good. We just want to do that. And yeah, none of these checks are actually right, but we're good to go. All right, so eventually I'm going to want to create functions that satisfy these parts. That way this can evaluate to a Boolean and we're good. And value, ooh, value is going to need to be fixed. Yeah, so value is going to be a throw. You can't call should on a value because it needs to just be a value. So we're going to need like a value function to do that. Okay, so we're getting there. Why is this one yelling now, though? Consider borrowing. We're gonna have to figure out what this type is meaning. Yeah. All right, let me catch up. How I context switch between these breaks and then going back to Rust? Seems superhuman? Nah. Like, so here's the magic bit. Context switching is a thing that you kind of got to learn and adapt to, right? But you've got your focus thought process and your diffuse thought process. My diffuse thought process never stops working on this shit. You know? So it's like I'm just going and washing the dishes while I'm ranting and talking about other stuff, and then diffuse thought process is still just working at it, you know? Now we've got a bunch of these issues which are just totally annoying. Because it's telling us that we need to use a reference when we shouldn't need to. So yeah, some of that's a little trickier. But here's actually the craziest part. I need to context switch again. Because I actually have a presentation that I need to give on Wednesday. Yeah, procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. So yeah, we need to make a talk about ASTs, what they're good at, what they're useful for. It's a lightning talk, so it's easy. But they did have a lightning talk drop out, which means there might be room for me to add an extra 5 minutes or so to it. So I think we could bump it up to like 15 minutes and no one would be mad. Why am I using Comic Sans? So, Comic Sans, you know, I'm not sure if this is actually the truth, but there's enough people that have said so that, you know, it's fine. But Comic Sans and dyslexia. theoretically, it is an easier font to read for some people with dyslexia than others. Some of these things actually call it out as maybe not that useful, but the British Dyslexia Association recommends Comic Sans, noting that the letters can appear less crowded, which is interesting, right? Now, keep in mind, there's other places that challenge it, right? Sure, let's look into it. Let's double check it, right? I think this one actually goes into, hey, is that actually true? Right? Oxford comma, similar thing, right? University of Michigan has an article. Sure, there's studies done. Not all those studies actually focus on the right thing, though, which is trickier. But again, right? Read for it, check for yourself. To me, as long as I can read the font, I don't care about the font. And one of the reasons I like doing this and showing it off is, you think you need monospacing? You don't, right? This code's perfectly readable, and we didn't need monospacing for it. Instead, your spaces are the same size, so your indentation is always consistent. So you don't actually need monospacing, because spaces are already monospaced. Okay, so there you go, El Rido. Cool, thank you for the verification. At the end of the day, it's just a font. Make sure people can read it, and you're good to go. Ooh, so yeah, technically, it's also Drama Sans. Adding ligatures to Comic Sans was one of the very first things we did on stream here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, so the talk. The talk is basically about that tool Geller that I made, if you remember when we were working on that. Yeah, for sure. I added ligatures to Comic Sans, no big deal. I'm pretty sure it was like one of the very first projects we did on stream. No worries, it's fine. It's a font. There's other like ligatured Comic Sans variations as well. Check them out. Don't use it for your terminal font though. It will break spectacularly because terminal is where you actually need monospacing. So if you use an editor in your terminal, you might want to use a monospace font with NeoVim, etc. Where I use materials for what I do, can I send sites? I don't know what you mean there, Zozo. What do you mean by that? And hold on, El Rido, I saw your comment elsewhere. I just now noticed it. You would laugh, but like 90% of your commits are scaffold and midpoint and end of workday. Nice, nice. I just saw that over on the other thing. I do want to point out, if you're willing to go leave a lurk on the other thing, that would help me out massively. That'd be so cool. Be a whole lot cooler if you did. Right? This for the chat experience. Well, I didn't want to say it by name, Sunflower, but yeah. Because the lurks over there actually count towards like the watch hours. If y'all don't know, I hit the 500,000 watch hours number here on Twitch. That's like 56 years, maybe 58 years of watch time. I just need 4,000 over on YouTube. Like, that ain't nothing. I just need people lurking. Yeah, the subscription thing is a number I need to hit, but the actual, like, hours, that's gonna be tougher. Oh, it's fine. No, I appreciate you. The likes help too. The subs help too. I think the sub thing will hit quicker. My monetization is actually gonna be predicated on, like, the watch hours, more so than subs. I thought subs was gonna be the hard part, which is why I made that command and everything, and I really appreciate your shout out. Thank you. But yeah, like the watch hours is actually going to be the big one. It just means I need to make more content, really, right? And I've got a YouTube video in the works. It's about macros in JavaScript and TypeScript. What do I mean by that? You'll have to see the video. So yeah, appreciate y'all. Thank you. I'm gonna pour another beverage. "3D gaming information?" So Zozo, I still don't necessarily know what you mean. There you go, macros. Yeah, those kind of macros, totally. Zozo, I still don't know what you mean. Are you looking to learn, like, do 3D game development? Because we're not doing that here, right now. If you're looking for a streamer that does 3D game dev stuff, and you want to learn and focus on how they do it, etc., check out Lana Lux. Lana most likely has much better resources for 3D like game development. I've never made a 3D game, so I don't know. Sorry. Yeah, Lana's great. Another really good game developer. Does Pirate Software do 3D games, or is he mainly 2D games these days? I don't remember. But yeah, he's another one. That shout out's still going, so I'll do the regular shout out. Yeah, Pirate Software. 2D mainly like as his side stuff, but 3D is stuff he's done like when he worked at Blizzard, etc., right? So yeah, exactly, Trevenge. He's done a bunch of 3D stuff in the past, so he probably has really good opinions about tools to use, etc. But he is mainly a 2D game developer in his, like, you know, solo endeavors, right? As far as I understand. Still, very cool dude. Very, very great opinions. Yeah, Thor's the man. He's great. Vibrant Neon, one of our mods here. Awesome dude. Very, like, huge fan of Thor as well. So, yeah. Anyone that's good enough for Vibrant Neon is good enough for me. But I've actually, like, been in Thor's streams before, too. He's awesome. Like, super cool. James Warner does cool stuff, too. He was not a game dev, though. He did some 3D stuff using shaders on his website, and I really hope he has that going. Oh, my God. Yeah. Hold on. Have you all seen James Warner's website? I hope it's still going. Please. Oh, look at that shader. Look at that shader. Right? You can click it and it, like, does the ripple. Like, look at that shader. So cool. He has a blog post about how he built it and everything, I think. Yeah, creating the website's 3D header. It's really cool. Keep in mind, it's WebGL and, like, browser stuff. Like, it's crazy. And yeah, he currently works at LEGO. Yep. Yeah, very awesome. He hangs out on gaming stream every once in a while. I'd really like it if he started streaming more, but, you know, he can do whatever he wants. All right, so let's dig into this presentation I have to make. You have been summoned, Mr. Warner. Exactly. No, this is the archive. Ooh, these archives are good, Mark. How else do you think I was able to, like, find that one junior to senior thing? I could switch to that tab because it's right there. I'm a collector. You did do game dev? I'm sorry, James. I didn't realize that. Yeah, my bad, James. Sorry. Yeah, I only remember the web dev stuff. My bad. Honestly, Seneca, yeah. That should have been proposed towards, like, all sorts of really cool things. Like, man. Okay, so you've done a bunch in Unity and some Game Jam stuff. Cool. Hell yeah. Yeah, Unity, you can do amazing stuff with it. Lana was in here, she rated the other day, and we started... For some reason, she was talking about how she did, like, some of her, like, heads-up display stuff and some of her menu stuff. And... Ooh, nice. You got that golden kappa? Nice, Mr. Demon Wolf. But then, all of a sudden, like, when she was saying she did some menu stuff, I was like, ooh, are you using some, like, middleware, like Scaleform? Because if y'all don't know, Scaleform is Flash. A whole bunch of games you've played before use Scaleform as the menu system, and Scaleform is Flash. So if you've ever played Borderlands, yeah, when you pause the game and you go and, like, set up your abilities and all that stuff, yeah, that's Flash. Yeah, it's awesome. You should know that blog post. It's by James Warner right there. He's just right here, man. And yeah, Mr. Demon Wolf, you were probably lurking his stream while I was making it back in the day. While he was making it back in the day. Hope I didn't misphrase that. Yeah. But let's start scaffolding out some slides for ASTs and what they're good for and how they work and all that BS. Oh, that's right. Hold up. Yeah. I'm gonna have to remember the Konami code now. What's, like, the select star part? Shit. Shift enter? BA, that's it. Never mind. So it doesn't have the select start part. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so it's missing the select start. That's okay. And it only needed a single BA. But that's legit. Oh, and it rotates and everything. Dude, so good. Love this website. Yeah. So good. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna pivot. I need to at least get the slides scaffolded, and we'll worry about getting the content into them here in a minute. Oh yeah, top 10 of portfolios, just so good. Yeah, so good. Ooh, and Mark, hold on. Are you looking at any other, like, presentations, etc.? Oh, I don't know why I did that as full screen. I just wanted to make it bigger. Have you seen any of these sites for, like conference talk proposals and all that BS? See, I missed the Liberty.js one. Damn it. I actually meant to apply to that one, too. But yeah, I know you're, like, on, like, the speaking circuit and stuff, so just curious if you've got any other websites like PaperCall, etc. that are, like, worth checking into. Ooh, is CFP still open for this one? It is. Okay, plenty of time for Conf 42. Which is online, so meh. But yeah, I'm trying to like figure out a bunch of like conferences to propose talks for. Because I do meetups. Why not bigger stuff? I've never given a talk in person at a larger meetup. I have done the Manning Rust conference, and I've spoken at VimConf twice. But that's about it. Those are the biggest conferences I've spoken at. Live Coder Conf? I don't think I was a part of that one. Nah. Nope. I've never been officially part of Live Coders. I went and partied with them. I drank whiskey on their budget. But yeah, I've never actually been part of that one. So which one are you talking about? The VimConf ones are totally online. The Manning one, I think it's just Rust Talk? Where'd he go? Yeah, so there's the Manning Rust one. That's from like the first year of COVID. The VimConf ones, I don't know. That's the older one. The 2022 talk wasn't that great. I'll admit it. Wait, really? Like in person? Oh, can you? That was a thing? Oh, yeah. Shit, translate selection to English, okay. This is a separate VimConf. This is a totally separate thing. Yeah, I don't think this is the same VimConf. Right, because it's missing 2021 and 2022, which both totally happened. So yeah, I think this is just a different VimConf. It's Neo VimConf, I guess. Yeah. So it's Neo VimConf. Yep. Hey, I know that guy. Hey. Yeah, this is a cool group to be a part of. I'm really proud of it. Hey. Wait, your dog figured out how to open doors? Life just got more complicated? Oh, God. No, Seneca. Prime is the master of ceremony. He's the MC, along with Tej. And they did it for the past 2 years. It basically happened because of that. I think the only reason I even got accepted to talk at it is because I know them. Which is fine. That's a long list of talks. You helped with the website? Hell yeah, good work. All right, so yeah, let's do this other step. We're gonna do a new tab. We're gonna head to that repos folder. Hey, nice. So then this is PNPX Cervante. The fence gate. He can jump and with his nose open the fence somehow? That's a smart dog. Yeah, I'd love to speak more. You give presentations too, right? That's fine. Yeah, totally worth it. I can't remember if you spoke at Chain React because I never made it to the conference itself before noon the entire time I was there. Nah, I'm good. You mean wake up? No. Oh, so you didn't. Okay. You just know the speakers from online? Cool. I was just curious. I really liked that because all of the speakers were so like approachable and chattable. That was a really cool part. Like one of the people that work at Infinite Red, the guy with the long hair, I think he had the really cool suit or whatever. I chatted with him like, you know, as it was like afterwards, like things were over, etc. And dude, he was talking about how like he knows a bunch of like mountain climber pros and like all sorts of stuff. Like, and we just reminisced and chatted about like van life because I guess he lives in a van. You know, like not because he has to, but because he wants to. It was cool. Yeah, like, dude, is his name also Mark? I'm really bad with names, so I probably would not have remembered that. But yeah, like super chill dude. And how's it going, Zinger? Yeah, James, it's legit. It's really cool, like some of the vans that people get. Like, man, jealous for sure. All right, so Cervante here. What do we name this talk? This is presentation. Oh, what did I call my talk? Protecting the environment variables via AST. We'll just call it that. Cool. Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, dude, some of the stuff he was talking about, just insane, man. Yeah, the squirrel suit jumping, the mountain climbing stuff, like, he knows all sorts of, like, people in that, like, extreme athlete way that it's crazy, because, like, there's not big money around, like, that type of extreme athlete stuff, but people still do it and love it, you know? Whereas, like, you know, snowboarding, there was big money around it. It's in the Olympics and shit, right? I actually respect more of, like, the people who do, like, kite surfing and, you know, all sorts of shit like that, dude. It's really cool. Yeah, they do it for the love, not for any type of money or any of that. Like, really cool, yeah. Yep, small community. Like, he knows people who do it professionally. It's not like they're rich, you know? But, like, yeah, they get paid to be real extreme. Yeah, he was cool, man. He was super cool. I didn't realize who he was even, like, at the hotel, and just saw him in, like, his suit. It was amazing, and I was like, very nice suit. And then I ended up chatting with him, like, you know, the day after or whatever. Yeah, just super cool, man. I like that. Yeah, if y'all don't know, if your company has any kind of knowledge development budget for the year, conferences are a major way to use that budget. You don't have to spend it on an Egghead IO course, though you could. Very nice people that run Egghead, but you can actually spend that whatever budget towards tickets for a conference. No big deal. Like, a massive, like, way to learn and get paid for it kind of thing. Like, you can count it as, like, your paid vacation even, too. But it's a really nice way to just, like, meet other devs and recognize that it's such a small community. Like, it is such a small community. Right? We were at a thing called Chain React. Meanwhile, Jamin Holmgren, I think that's it. Yeah, Jamin Holmgren, one of the organizers of Chain React, technically one of the owners, or CEO or CTO, I forget which, of Infinite Red, the company that puts on Chain React. His son was there shilling Vue. Who cares? Whatever. It's just about developers hanging out. They're not actually sports teams. Yeah, it's super cool. Yeah, just, I don't know. I like the small world aspect of all this stuff. All right, so let's head to our presentation. I thought the EU React Summit already happened, and the other React Summit is the one in New York. So what's the UK one? Are they doing like a CFP still? Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, one of my like closest friends from the snowboard world, his wife, I believe they're married. Yeah, they're married now. His wife works for Alaska Airlines, so he can fly everywhere for free as well, which is kind of cool. Not everywhere, but anywhere that Alaska services, he can fly for free. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really cool. Oh, and sorry, someone asked, you know, how did the stuff for Vexilla go today? Pretty good. Pretty good. We are working through some of our type issues still. So if we go look at, hold on, let's go find the editor for it, right? If we look at this client Rust, we had most of this red gone, and then the moment we implemented some of these other things, we started running into a whole bunch of type issues, which kind of bums me out a bit. Like, I'm not even sure what this issue is. Group.group ID is behind a shared reference, which, yeah. Okay. When in doubt, clone it out. Oof. Yeah, it's not ideal. It'll work. This is what peak efficiency looks like, everyone. When in doubt, clone it out. That is the #1 way of being productive with Rust. Primogen might throw up in his mouth a little at what I'm doing here. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I've seen worse. I know, dude, that one's really good. Hold up, that one you just did, what is that emote, Revenge? What is that emote? Is that from the lighthouse or whatever? Right? Is that, It is from the lighthouse? Okay, cool. Yeah, sick. That's a good emote, man. I haven't seen the lighthouse yet, but man, I really want to do it. Yeah, I knew it was black and white, and I was like, damn, that really looks like Willem Dafoe, but the eyes are freaking me out. Which actually sounds exactly like Willem Dafoe. See what I did there? See what I did there? That's actually Willem Dafoe's entire branding. Wonky eyes. Alright, so yeah, when in doubt, clone it out. That's the Rust move. Teddy Lear, I've actually done a fair amount of Rust. I wouldn't call it a bunch, but I've been involved with doing Rust code since 2016. I went to the first Rust conference, etc. Really, Trevenge? I am a movie buff. I haven't even seen the movie, but I can recognize. Like, yeah. Shit. I'll wiggle the beanie. Yeah, I know. If you didn't realize it, if you didn't know, I'm a huge fan of movies. You probably couldn't tell, right? Samsonite, I was way off. You mean you've had an extra pair of gloves this entire time? Duh, we're in the Rockies. All right, so I got a lot of clones to do, I think. Ooh, that's the second Dark Crystal reference that we've had today. Interesting. Ooh, Mark, hold up. Did you ever play the game Ultima Online back in the day? I'm curious about that one. If not, no big deal. You know, you did. Ooh, buddy. Ooh, buddy. So, number one, if you haven't seen this documentary, you should probably watch it. It's 10 minutes long. You know, no big deal. It's one of those Ars Technica, like, war stories things. Ultima... I just have to start typing Ultima, and they know what I want. I want to talk to Samson. In that video, they go on to point out that the term shard for database, with a D at the end, not a T, come on. No, I'm talking about Ultima Online, like the 3D version, right? Or not 3D, but like the graphical version of Ultima Online, the first MMORPG ever, right? So yeah, in that game, they had a whole virtual ecology, and you can watch the video to understand like what went wrong with it. But as a very cool like throwaway random thing they do in the video, they point out that the term shard for database, right? Like sharding your database for scalability, like horizontal scalability, etc. That term, shard, comes from Ultima Online. When you would connect to Ultima Online to whatever server that you were connecting to, that was the shard that you were connecting to. Not a server, a shard. Because, and this is where it gets crazy, it comes from an in-lore reasoning for why these servers exist as their own special universes. They even retconned a previous game. In a previous game, I think Ultima 4 or something like that, when you defeated the wizard Mondain, the gem of immortality falls and shatters. And it turns out that our entire universe was contained within that gem of immortality. And by shattering, each shard of that crystal became its own unique universe within the multiverse. And that is where each server represents its own universe within that multiverse. Each shard. And the fact that we still use the term shard to this day to mean scaling a database is crazy. Because there's people that have no idea why we use that term, but it totally makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah, it's like a shard of glass, you know? You break glass into a bunch of tinier pieces, and it's still glass, but they're just smaller bits of glass. Like, it totally fucking works. It's like the save icon. We'll be like 30 years into the future, no one will even remember what a fucking floppy disk is. But they'll know what the save icon is. No problem. No big deal. They'll know what a fucking save icon is. They just don't know what the save icon represents. Because it's totally foreign. It's gonna be one of those things that lasts fucking forever. People are already calling a floppy disk that IRL save icon? Oh my god. Oh my god. So yeah, Mark, I just had my 39th birthday. Hell yeah, man. Cheers. Bam. Oh no, there's nothing wrong with it, Trevenge. Yeah, cheers. Right? I'm not saying how dare they not know. I'm just pointing out that it's very interesting. Like, at some point, people will just not know. And that's okay. It means that we get to feel superior for knowing. Duh. Isn't that worth it? Hell yeah. Yeah, Michael. Yeah, I'm 39, man. Just had my birthday a couple weeks ago. Like 2 weeks ago, literally. June 27th. Bam. 39. I'm not sure what the 40th will have to do, but yeah, we're gonna have to host a conference for my 40th. It'll be ChrisConf. No big deal. I'll invite other famous Chris's too, see if they actually want to join. Chris Brown's not invited, okay? I don't want to get the shit kicked out of me. Chris Tucker would be totally fine. He and I can both, you know, talk shit to fucking... Hold on. What's Ice Cube's character name? Craig? We can all talk shit to Craig. Like, Craig, you ain't got no job. You ain't got no money. It's Friday. Right? We can all do that. Yeah, anyone but Chris Brown. We're good. Anybody but Chris Brown. We're gonna have a good time. All right, so yeah, what we actually need to do right now is I have a talk to give at Seattle JS, the meetup. The meetup here on Wednesday night. So I need to make sure I at least have my outline and some of my slides created. And yeah, dude, Mark, this is super fun. Thank you for chilling, man. Yeah, like, no worries. Right? Time's an illusion, stream time doubly so. Yeah, good, clean fun. Chris Pratt? Sure, if he wants to show up. You know, I don't mind. If he's willing to be the second coolest Chris at the conference, then that's fine. I didn't mean me. I mean, we're inviting Chris Evans, too. Submarine sandwich. Have you ever seen me eat a submarine sandwich? I'm not against them, but it's not something I make when I'm here at home. I'd rather just eat the pieces and not do the bread part. Oh, yeah, no, I had some bratwurst last night. Yeah. I was trying to think, like, what the fuck did I eat that could be confused with a submarine sandwich? And Cameron, thank you for the follow. Didn't you follow just last week or something, too? At some point, I'm going to start calling out the follow-unfollow shenanigans. Right? It's like someone that pays for some company to, like, boost their follow audience on Twitter. You know, it's just not that cool. Who here has actually dealt with that and seen that in first person? Yeah, I've seen some fucking C-level person from Directus actually do the follow-unfollow thing. I've seen someone else do it too, like very recently. And it's so fucking weird. And I really just have to think that they're using some service to do so, where they just follow a bunch of people, and then the moment that person follows back, they unfollow. It's a way to build your audience while maintaining like a better ratio of like follow to unfollow. It's a Twitter thing. It's absolutely a Twitter thing. Yeah. Like it's a way of building up your brand in a disingenuous way. Yeah, exactly. It's the fucking worst. I hate people that use a service that does that for them because it's not even fucking real. They're not even treating it like they're interacting with people anymore. It's just a numbers game at that point. Like, any person doing that or using a service to do that, persona non grata. They're fucking off the list. They're out. Get the fuck out of here. So does the ratio even matter? Yeah, Twitter actually released their algorithm, and that ratio does matter, right? People have actually read the algorithm and seen that your amount of followers versus who you follow, the ratio of those things actually determines how much you get promoted. It's fucking bullshit. Right? They could easily identify those type of scammers, but they don't for some reason. Because they'll recognize that it's a majority of their user base. I don't know, Trevenge, but it's a thing. Yeah, you can just go see the leaks of the algorithm and find out. Yeah. Hard-fought followers that fucking matter, right? Hell yeah, dude. Right? And it's bullshit. I typically do the follow for follow thing simply because people that follow me, I want to know what they're up to. Right? I'm not doing it for like some like, hey, follow me, I'll follow you, like blah, blah, blah. I'm not even saying it's a quid pro quo, but I will follow someone back if I feel like interacting or understanding their content. I'll look at their feed first sometimes nowadays just because you got to do it. But yeah, don't hate the player, hate the game. So yeah, Twitter is fucking up, allowing themselves to be gamified in that way. I can still hate the fucking player. I'm sorry, I can still hate the player. Nah, I can totally hate the player. You don't tell me who I can hate. I'm kidding, by the way. Like, you know, I got hate for days. You know, I got hate to go around. I don't need to be greedy with my hate. Felipe, yeah, the only winning move is not to play, right? I think we've all seen war games. If you haven't, you got homework. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, dude, Jamin's such a cool dude. For sure, Mark. Yeah, 100%. I'd be remiss to, like, not acknowledge it. I had some friction with Theo at one point. Just due to a thing that happened at TwitchCon, and it's really not a big deal anymore. I just really wish there was more, like, upfront effort to not burn bridges. But I have since gotten to the point where I get along with Theo. Like, I understand him, I think, at least a little more, right? And I'm not willing to, like, throw him under the bus for that one moment in which, could he have, like, reacted better? Could he have set us up for the moment that he was planning the entire walk anyway? Probably. He knows what I'm saying. I'm not trying to throw him under the bus or actually, like, say he's a bad person because of it. I'm just pointing out it was a bad moment. We had some friction because of it. I had a worse moment later to where I was a jerk about it. But I think we've gotten past it. At the end of the day, you're gonna have friction with people. The key is, how do you both resolve that friction together? That's the most important way, right? How do you actually, like, is it a thing that you're upset at each other forever? Okay. Grudges aren't healthy. I try not to hold them. I'll hold on to a grudge for like a year, maybe. Max. So yeah, there's a couple people. Yeah, the grudge has not expired. But the grudge will expire. So at that point, it's fine. Oh, absolutely, Mark. Yeah. Like, people here in the stream can DM me and, like, let's go hang out. For sure, right? If you're in the Seattle area, let's hang out. Just let me know. Give me at least a couple days notice, because I don't like to leave the house. Technically, I like to just sip whiskey at home, but if I'm gonna leave the house, I can plan for it a day or two ahead of time and work myself up to leaving the house, you know? I have not made moonshine in my backyard, but I have most likely allowed some, like, juice in my fridge to ferment far enough that it became alcohol. So I think that counts. I'm pretty sure that satisfies that, right? I'm almost positive that satisfies that. If you've ever let some juice in your fridge become alcohol due to fermentation, I think you're allowed. I think you're there, right? Unintentional moonshine, no big deal. Trevenge, so Washington does have its fair amount of rain and clouds. If you don't like rain and clouds, it's really not the place for you. Tomato, James, it's fine. I didn't actually taste it, I don't know. If you let it sit long enough, the alcohol takes over the botulism anyway. Unintentional Moonshine is the name of someone's band here real soon, right? Maybe it's just the album name. It's okay. Use it how you want. It's okay. Your friend makes moonshine? Really good? Nice. Yeah, Mark, seriously, animals in nature actually optimize around fermented fruit. There's even mice that will let fruit ferment and then go back and drink it so they can survive cold nights. Like, that's a thing. Like, for sure. Yeah, animals in nature drink alcohol. To think it's a purely human thing is incredibly naive. There's actually a theory that modern society is based on the idea of mass farming for the production of alcohol, for the production of beer, ale, etc. I forget the exact one, right? There is some massive theory around like, yeah, we could have just been tribes doing nothing for thousands of years until we realized that we could mass cultivate alcohol, and then, hey, we need a society at this point. Yeah, I've totally read some of those. It's still theory. There's no, like, 100% like, that's how it happened. It's still really kind of cool as, like, a thought experiment, though. Oh, Felipe, I got a different one. We drink all week to relax on the weekends. Bim, bam, boom, science. All right, so let's do this. Outline.md. We're gonna do a quick outline of what these slides should be. So first is intro, obviously. That one's fine. What, how, why, right? I don't know anyone else out there, you know, feel free to chime in with the way you, like, build up and you make a talk. To me, satisfying the what, how, why, maybe when, where, sure, man, like, if you can at least, like, annotate those things and then turn them into better, like, chunks of code or better, like, titles, etc., it works, right? So, AST, boom, right? So yeah, boom, right? Describe an AST, describe tools that use ASTs, right? The how. I think why is more important than how. Pre-processing, linting, compiling / transpiling, right? Babel, Webpack, Typescript, all this stuff, right? Like tools that use it, ESLint. So why pre-processing, linting, compiling, transpiling, blah, 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 right? We dig into like what they do, right? These are the things that do it, sure. So then how? Right, you can do it with libraries, right? What libraries are relevant? Unist is a good thing. TS itself. And then finally, Geller and the tool I made, right? Why? Or actually, what? The what and the why, and then maybe even how. So from there, the how of Geller is, well, yeah, just, you know, compile time. ESLint. Not quite. It's not Sarah Michelle Gellar. This is about Uri Geller, the psychic. Or psychic. There we go. Nailed it. Right, so Uri Geller is a illusionist. I believe the proper term is bullshit artist. Same thing. Tomato, tomato. Self-proclaimed psychic. Uh-huh. Yeah, totally. I believe you. Damn, he's 76 years old, though. Holy shit. He knew I'd say that. Exactly. Come on. All right, so... Oh, I don't have a YouTube command? Thought I did. I was gonna say, anyone that would like to leave a concurrent lurk on the YouTube would really help me out. The Twitch is great too. A lurk on either, you're the best. But a lurk on both, you're the best. So yeah, let me go use the restroom. I know. I gotta go pee. Give me just a sec. BRB. But yeah, we are basing our thing off of Uri Geller. We used to want to call it Agatha, based upon the psychic from Minority Report. But it turns out Agatha is a protected NPM package that no one can ever make as a package ever again because it was a malicious package that NPM is just blocking out forever now. So yeah, that sucks. Can't use Agatha as the name for a package on NPM. Even though it's not used. Too bad. Doesn't matter. So I named it Geller instead. Heyo. All I needed was something psychic-based, because it needs to predict the usage of an environment variable and call it out ahead of time. Because in many cases, when you release to something like Vexilla, your environment variables are evaluated when they're used, not at build time, not at compile time. So you have to actually like hit the endpoint of maybe submitting a form or something for like signups, and then realize that, oh shit, that environment variable for mailgun or mailjet or sendgrid or whatever wasn't set properly for that environment. Oh no, none of those emails got sent, and you will only know based upon like your logs because it's not failing out at a time that you were actually paying attention to it. So that's the main gist. Geller is supposed to be a psychic that understands some stuff. There you go, Pink Slurricane. Yeah, this tool is actually meant to help solve that problem for you, and it's like you can install it right now. It's an ESLint plugin and a build time tool that you can opt into on your own time. So that is the library itself. You don't have to use it. You won't offend me if you don't want to use it. But for enough people, it would solve your problem. Now, another thing I need to shout out when I'm talking about this is how T3 Stack does type-safe environment variables in a slightly different way, which is kind of cool. But it doesn't prevent a user from using process.env on their own separately. So at the end of the day, it's a nice approach, but it is not as strict as you would like it to be. Right? If I force myself to use the T3 Stack's abstraction over process.env, then it requires that I am always using that abstraction rather than just using process.env willy-nilly. And in a large enough project with enough people working on it, some people might not realize that there is a thing to do the thing they were looking for, which is kind of interesting, right? So yeah, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. BRB. See you in a sec. Alrighty then. Oh, come on, headphones. There we go. Alright, there we go. So I missed a follow, and Yo Beats, I think I missed that sub. I saw the AO. I don't think I actually called you out. Fartingle, thank you for the follow. Yo Beats, thank you for that sub. Hell yeah. And then Green Monalishi, thank you for the follow. So yeah, that is Uri Geller. Look at that chest hair. I'm a little jealous. Me and my 5 chest hairs are a little jealous. I got 2 in the middle. 1 on this nipple and then 2 on this nipple. I'd like to think I'm just more evolved, but no, it's just genetics. It's not a big deal. I'm just a more hairless ape than other hairless apes. If you think I shave my face every day, no, I shave like the mustache and the soul patch and this bit every like 3 days, maybe. I haven't had to shave my cheeks in years. There's actually a downy fluff on my cheeks that I find comforting. Exactly. I consider it a blessing. I consider it a massive blessing. All right, so Geller, compile time, ESLint time, I think in the Y. No, I think Y is still important. Boom. 892? It's getting close. Hell yeah. Dude, Mark, thank you for that. I really do appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, watch hours we gotta build next. So again, if anyone's out there, your lurk on the YouTube would be massively useful. Don't feel bad. You're not guilted into it. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. It's fine. But anyone who is willing to do it, right, the concurrent lurk thing, you'd be helping me out quite a bit. Like a lot. So they don't actually like report the watch hours until like an hour or 2 after a live stream happens. But right now we're at 8 minutes estimated of average view time for 26 views. So we can just multiply 26 by 8 and see that that's not bad. Right? It's like 4-ish hours. No, I got you, Michael. Again, you're not guilted. Don't feel bad if you can't. Anyone that has the bandwidth and the CPU, etc. to do so, that'd be cool. Watching my videos will absolutely count. Totally. But I do think like just the multiplicative nature of like live stream and how long I stream for is probably the biggest way to build up those vids. Because yeah, I know, my vids aren't nearly as popular as others. I need to release more. That would be the right thing, technically. But yeah, I feel like streaming is a legitimate way to build up your watch hours on YouTube. And I don't think they're bummed on that. I think that's okay. And hey, Felipe, appreciate you. Hello. See you over there. Thank you. Right, so we end up digging into Geller. Cool. We can start hacking out these slides. What we really need to start thinking about, and I don't know if you know this, Mark. I want to shout this out real quick so everyone else knows too. The biggest like thing I have branding wise for presentations are the puns, right? Dad jokes for days. If you watch any of the videos or any like previous presentation I've done, dad jokes for days. Right? As a borrowing from my talk about Rust, Wasm, and you too, what is a you developer's favorite song? It's not unusual. Oh, it's fine. I was just pointing out that my entire branding for presentations, my entire presentation branding is dad jokes. As an example, let me go like, let's go show a few. Yes, we don't have that one. Hold on, let me go to my GitHub. I know, exactly. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so technically, I got to go to Chain React for free. I cleared it with Jamin to like let people know that. But yeah, I got to go to Chain React for free just simply because I know Jamin from streaming. And he was really appreciative of, like, he came into my stream asking about how to do a stream, and I gave him just, you know, a critique. Let him know, like, hey, interact with people. If they want to watch a video, they can just watch a video, right? Talk about things as you're doing it. Like, there's some really good just, like, feedback I could probably turn into a video itself, but, I'm just happy to repeat it again, because it's actually not that useful for other people, right? But yeah, that's actually how I know Jamin, just from streaming in general and, you know, him being the awesome person that he is. Yeah, man, it's super fun, right? The key is have a project you want to work on, be willing to, like, jump into random, like, tangents and talk about whatever. Because, again, it's about the social aspect, not necessarily, like, the shit you get done. So, yeah, anytime, if you want to plan it out and I can raid you, let me know. Right? Timing, etc. You're over on the other coast, so, like, timing is actually not in the favor of that, but, yeah, fuck it. Whatever. I'll happily tweet and shout it out. Oh, do you? I don't know why. I thought you were East Coast. Yeah, my bad. I equated you with East Coast. I think the way you, like, mentioned Ken Wheeler at one point. So yeah, my bad. Oh, there you go. There you go. That was it. The thing you mentioned about Ken Wheeler misled me. And I misled myself. But yeah, okay, I got you. Cool, man. Hell yeah. Alright, so yeah, you're on the perfect time zone. Happy to raid you. Grew up in the same town with as Ken Wheeler. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I went to elementary school in North Brunswick. I'm not sure. I feel like we talked about this a little bit. I may have forgotten. It's like I was drinking whiskey or something. I don't get it. But yeah, I went to elementary school in North Brunswick. Yeah, for sure. There we go. All right. Yeah, my parents worked in Piscataway. So yeah, super cool, man. Like, small world stuff. And I'm pretty sure we talked about it. But I totally forgot too. So don't worry about it. Like, hey-oh. It's like there was whiskey involved or something. Ah, really? I mean, he was doing holiday stuff, I'm sure. Right? I assume for Ken, like, 4th of July is like a month-long affair. Kid got sick nonsense? Bullshit. Okay. No, it's fine. I get it. I would just assume he was busy setting up for 4th of July because that's probably his, like, most important holiday. I've heard some people from Formidable refer to him as a walking American flag. I get it. Yeah, sounds about right. Doesn't it? Totally does. All right, so hold on. We're going to shout out some of the puns, because I got epic puns. Which one has the best puns? I think it's Rust Wasm and you. What is a you developer's favorite song? And yeah, we talked about this one. It's not unusual. Nailed it. Damn right. What is a you developer's favorite musical instrument? A ukulele. Where do devs go to learn about you? A university. What does Batman use to climb a tree? His utility belt. Just train your groin muscle. Damn right. Damn right. So yeah, I shout out some other Rust streamers. Yep, they're all killing it. Technically, a bunch of these people barely even stream anymore, so I'd have to update this if I really wanted, right? And hey, Eric, hello, Mr. Sir. Appreciate the lurk. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, thank you. No, hold on. Citations. So yeah, knowing that you is a cool framework and I can use Rust to make front ends, does this mean goodbye to React, Angular, etc.? No, not for me, but I can think of at least one developer who's never gonna give you up. Nailed it. I gave that talk at the Rust Manning conference. That means that dad joke went worldwide. It's good. I'm pretty proud of it. So that is what I have to live up to at this point. That is the level of dad joke I got going. So we got to figure something else out for environment variables or ASTs or Geller or whatever. I'm thinking environment puns are the way to go. Ooh, so hold on. This was not RustConf. I want to point that out. I have not presented at RustConf. This was the Manning Rust Conference, which is a different thing. I've been to RustConf. I have not spoken at RustConf. which is like the official Rust conference. This was a Manning Publications, like online only conference. Totally different thing. I want to point that out. Super easy to get confused because, yeah, naming's a hard thing, right? Average age at RustConf, though? I don't know. I went to the first one. I believe it was like 2016. Hay Bales is opting into the meme. I plead the fifth. One, two, three, four, five, fifth. So, yeah, Mark, I think when I went to the conference, there were people, like, this is the first Rust conference. This was probably 2016, maybe 2017. At the time, yes, there were a lot of people looking at bringing Rust into their organization, etc. Right? In, like, C++y type ways, for sure. The best conversations I had with some people, like, were actually, like, there was a dev from Twitter. I doubt they work there anymore, like, you know, just due to Elon, like, pulling some shit. But yeah, they were a dev from Twitter, like, looking at using Rust for various things, right? Microservice architecture, etc., right? This is when, like, Tokyo and, like, async await and a whole bunch of that stuff were very, like, were barely a thing. Tokyo was brand new. It had just gotten investment from the Mozilla Foundation. Right? So Tokyo was extremely new at the time. And there was a Tokyo Hack Night on the first night of the conference, which was super fun, and that's actually my favorite part of the whole thing. I got to chat with some very smart fucking people about just, like, hacking on Tokyo and making some stuff. And I wrote my own, like, Tokyo async await wrapper, you know? It required spawning its own threads, and yeah, that's where shit fell down. But it worked, you know? Yeah. But again, like, just recognize that there are much smarter people in the ecosystem that probably would have done a better job of what I was doing anyway, so yeah, it's fine. I went there to hang out and chill. I got the t-shirt for it. I got the sticker on my laptop for it. But I also got so hungover that I couldn't actually participate during the actual conference. I got to participate during, like, the hack night and hanging out with people on the night before, and I really was not as familiar with drinking whiskey as I should have been, and I was too hungover. Like, so hungover that we were at a hotel, they had a conference room, they had some, like, stuff outside the conference room, and I was passed out on the couch of that conference room, and I had, like a manager from the hotel come up to me and be like, hey man, what's the deal? I was like, I'm just too hungover, and showed him my badge. He's like, okay, cool, we're good. And then I continued to just be too hungover, sleeping on that couch outside of the conference. Yeah, that happened. Now I know better than to go to a conference before fucking noon. I had made that mistake. That was a bad move. By noon, I was good. So yeah, I don't attend the conference until after I've given myself moments to, like, process the alcohol from the night before. As is tradition. All these talks are shown online anyway. You don't need to be there to see the talk. You just need to be there to chat about it afterwards. No big deal. Right? It's about the connections, not the talk itself. All these talks will be online. Exactly. Hanging out after or during, like, the hallway track, etc., like in between. Like, those are the best moments of every conference. That's where I met Aiden Bai from fucking Million.js. Super chill dude. I wish he was old enough to go party with us after the meetup last month. He actually could have hung out because it didn't require being 21. But yeah, super chill, fun dude. I got the sticker from it. Yeah, he's awesome. I know, right? Yeah, totally. Yeah, super chill dude, man. Yeah, I love the small world aspect of programming. It's actually crazy. If you didn't realize it, it is a very small world. So much so that I had a coworker that seemed cool at first and then fucking sucked. And we're talking like 7 years ago at this point. They fucking sucked. And then, you know, I'm doing my thing, hanging out. I used to go to the Ember meetup here in Seattle, which used to be the 100+ people at the meetup. And then React became popular and like other stuff happened, and Seattle JS and Seattle React were like the 100+ meetup in Seattle. And Ember ended up being like 10 people max, just within a couple years. But due to the connections I made at the Ember meetup, I'm sitting there hanging out, and I get a call from my friend, and he's working at GoDaddy at the time, and he's like, hey, so we got this person who applied to the job, and I'm just looking at their resume and looking at companies they work for, and I see your smiling face right next to theirs on the, you know, the company website you both work for. And immediately I'm just like, oh, well, I got some dirt on this person that just fucking sucks. They were the worst. The fucking worst. Like, I've rolled eyes together with the PM and someone else on a project while this other person was talking in the fucking same meeting room. We have both locked eyes and rolled our eyes together based on what this dude was saying. He sucked that much. Right? But I get a phone call. Hey, this dude's interviewing for us. What do you think about him? And I was honest because it was a friend asking me. It wasn't some bullshit reference from a job interview. None of this would have gone on any record, but my friend reached out saying like, hey, is this dude on the level? And I was like, well, and I actually guarded my statement just a little bit. I said, he and I just don't get along. No, so hey, Bales, you're not the one. This person knows who they are. But yeah, I just said, we don't get along. They're a fine developer, though. And then the person like who interviewed them was like, well, yeah, I interviewed them, and they seem like someone that just likes throwing out buzzwords for no reason. When I asked them about like what tech they're trying to learn, they threw out Clojure. And then when I pressed them on why Clojure, they had no reason. Yeah, sounds like that developer. Right? So I gave them my strict opinion. I basically confirmed what the interviewer already had and already knew, and like they were gonna make the decision anyway, but they were looking for confirmation. I just told them straight up, yeah, he and I don't get along. That's all that mattered. That's it. I didn't say anything like negative about them, like personality-wise, etc. Just we don't get along. That's fine. No, so know-it-all blowhard, that's me. Like, technically. I'll guard my statements with, but what the fuck do I know? But most people that don't like me would say I'm a know-it-all blowhard, right? So, know-it-all blowhard is actually a term that is actually predicated on how you feel about the person instead. If you like them, they're just knowledgeable. If you don't like them, they're a know-it-all blowhard. Isn't that the truth? Pretty sure that's the truth. People that don't like me would totally call me a know-it-all blowhard. Yeah, right? Being able to compromise is a huge thing to look for and actually to interview for. Hey, here's this thing, you know? here's this thing. How could we make this work for other people? Or if you disagree with how it's done, what would you propose as an interim solution? Right? Can you actually work out a compromise between conflicting opinions? And that is one of the most valuable assets you have as a developer. Can you actually compromise? So many developers we work with day to day can't. Or like they don't understand why it's necessary to compromise for the sake of productivity. No, everything must be perfect at all times. Dude, those people suck to work with. Like, oh my God. Just the worst. The algorithmic complexity of this function is too high. I will never approve it. Motherfucker, this shit runs once. When the application launches, and we're done. It's not like it's happening on every render. Motherfucker. Like, come on. Understand the problem we're solving for the moment we're solving it in. Not even just consensus, because that actually, like, values not speaking up. Right? When instead, speaking up and then understanding and compromising, right? Like, there's a big difference between consensus just for the sake of agreeability and then consensus of, like, can we find a common ground, right? So consensus is not like a black and white thing either, right? To optimize consensus over everything is to actually just be a yes man. Or yes person, sorry. So there's like a fine line. You know, not trying to say where you gotta fall or what you gotta do or whatever. I'm just pointing out that there is a fine line between agreeability and just saying yes for the sake of not having conflict. Yeah, for sure, right? Is it agreeing, or is it simply avoiding conflict? And people that avoid conflict are definitely like, that's a red flag. That's an issue. That's a major problem for any like large organization. If you're avoiding conflict, you're likely not speaking up when that shit matters most. And that's also a problem, you know? So there's no 100% right or wrong way to approach any of this stuff. The key is simply deliver value. And your value is having opinions in the right way. Yeah, shit's fucking hard, man. This shit's hard. There's no easy answer. If there was an easy answer, we could just have AI do the shit for us. Bim bam boom. No big deal. But we're actually paid because the client doesn't fucking know, and AI is predicated on the client knowing what the fuck they're talking about. So instead, we sit in the middle between all that shit. I don't think so, Mark, because for AI to take my job would require the client to know what the fuck they want. We're safe. Like, we're so fucking safe. I mean, in 2,000 years, we can't predict what's going to happen in 2,000 years. In the previous 2,000 years, we went from getting sick is some kind of magic versus understanding germ theory, you know? 2,000 years is a long fucking time. Right? We can't possibly imagine what'll happen in 2,000 years. I can't even imagine myself in a year, right? Like, anyone who's trying to predict farther out than a single year, fuck you. Come on. You bullshit artist. What are you trying to sell? I can't even predict what I'm going to do next week. It'll involve streaming. I don't know which days I'm going to take off. So yeah. Just saying. That's all. Right? So Mark, it's one of those things, it's like, well, do you really think ChatGPT is going to take my job? Use it to build an application. I dare you. No, you don't even have to be a jerk about it. Just simply like, you're right. Totally build out an application based upon these specifications. If ChatGPT can do it for me, it should take you an hour, right? The answer is never that easy. So it's extremely simple. He was trying to be a dick about it? Okay, yeah. I get you. I don't keep friends like that. I've actually, I don't know, I'm at that point in my life where I don't maintain friendships that are predicated upon talking shit to each other. I just don't do it. I find zero value in a friendship like that. But I understand that if you've had a friend long enough, it will sometimes progress to that. I don't like it when a friendship gets that way. Right. Yeah, that's the bummer. When really, the hardware thing is actually more ChatGPT-able. There's no client, there's just constraints. Those constraints are fucking AI-able. Client constraints, they would actually have to enumerate the constraints they have. Whereas, as developers, we're typically the ones coming up with the constraints for the client. Very different thing. For hardware? At Intel? Dude, plug that shit in and let AI figure it out already. That dude's job is actually more vulnerable than we are. That dude's job is actually way more vulnerable than ours is. Which is crazy, right? Unless he's writing some of the SIMD semantics and all that shit. If he's in the process of just making ships, dude, AI can solve that problem super easy. Unless he's writing the core code for the SIMD semantics and like code that gets embedded into these chips. You know? He's like my dad saying C is too high level. Motherfucker, you don't write any code anymore. How is C too high level compared to the zero code you write? So yeah, a lot of the purity arguments, etc. Yeah. I've had all this shit as an argument with my dad, which is why I don't put up with it from other people. There you go, James. Yeah, assembly is too high level. Why wouldn't you just code out the ones and zeros you needed? Duh. Yeah, fucking butterflies and shit. Come on. So yeah, my dad is that level of jerk, and it's why I don't put up with that level of jerk. If that makes sense. I've had these arguments too many times already. I'm not willing to put up with it on my stream. Right? When someone comes in saying that shit, oh, I remember my first performance argument. Shit. I remember my first argument about assembly versus C. Right? It's like that moment from like Beer Fest. Like, I remember my first beer. Would you like us to put a nipple on it? Damn right. Yeah, easy. Ooh, Mark! To those lines, my dad is a person that considers the internet ASCII trash because he thinks EBCDIC is the one true fucking character encoding. Motherfucker, it's saying one number equals a letter. Are you kidding me? That's the hill you want to die on? Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Ooh, Bronx Tale. Dion. Bronx Tale. Hold on. Bronx Tale. That's the Spike Lee, right? Ebden, there is no 100% correct solution to that question. I would say learn Mongo and then learn SQL, and then recognize when Mongo is making you do more work for the same thing SQL would give you with a proper query. And that entire problem is n+1 queries. So if you don't understand that term, n+1 queries, etc., don't worry about it. Just make stuff with Mongo. And then eventually, when you need to optimize this stuff, you're going to run into the idea of an n+1 query and why you need to solve these things in a way that, yeah, SQL would give you a join and it's one request to that server rather than multiple requests back and forth. At the end of the day, don't worry about it. Not a problem. Not a big deal. So, Mark, I think what they're getting at is they lack the experience to discern when MongoDB is correct versus when SQL is correct. And really, in a small enough project, both are correct, right? In a small enough project, the differences aren't gonna matter. When you start needing to scale, that's when the differences between them will become apparent. For a small project, it will not matter. Just make stuff and understand what you're making and why you're making it. And then I would say your main goal is then, well, yeah, could you write your application from a Mongo something or other and port it to SQL using actually like a normalized database and tables? Working with that will be massively different than how you fetch data from the Mongo database. But until you hit a bottleneck where any of that stuff matters, it doesn't matter. Like, at all. It just doesn't matter. Yeah, so Mark, I've done Meteor-like projects, for sure. Some of the history that you might be aware of, or maybe you're not aware of, but other people are probably not aware of, is that Meteor.js created Apollo as a GraphQL client to consume their Mongo database in a way that was agnostic. Because then you could have your SQL database, you could have your whatever database, consumable by Meteor, and the Apollo like framework to consume that GraphQL data. They literally created Apollo because too many people didn't want to use Mongo with Meteor. They realized that instead, their user base of Apollo was way greater than their user base of Meteor, and they basically just started focusing on Apollo as their like main investment of developer time. At that point, Evan Yu was working at Meteor, and he felt that when he was doing some of this stuff on those projects, he didn't have any say in things, and he just wanted to make something that he had control over. And he created Vue to solve that problem, right? He created a front-end framework that took some ideas from Angular and from other things and made it its own thing, and Vue would not have existed if Evan Yu didn't feel helpless in his day-to-day at Meteor, or at Apollo. I forget the exact one. It's actually crazy. Like, there's a whole genesis of Meteor being like the breeding ground for so many tools that we use still today. Apollo, Vue, etc. Evan Yu, there you go, hey Bales. Nailed it. Heyo. Hell yeah. James, it is absolutely doable. 30 million users on a solo project is absolutely doable. Right? You can do it, man. You can definitely scale Mongo. There are Mongo DevRels that will totally convince you that it's the way to do it. At the end of the day, your problem with Mongo is not about Mongo itself, it's about how you've structured your data. And that will have more concerns with how your data gets fetched than anything. Yeah, Dion, like, yeah, for sure. The Honeypot documentary says literally the same shit I just said, for sure. Like, it's like I took all of that from Evan Yu's story about how he became the creator of Vue anyway, right? There was a blog post, the documentary totally calls the same shit out. Like, yeah, no big deal. So yeah, like, super fun. Like, the history of all this stuff is amazing. I'm really happy that I have at least some context to this, right? I came from WordPress back in the day. And you might hate on WordPress, but recognize that WordPress has pushed so much stuff in such an awesome way that, like, they're actually the pinnacle of backwards breaking changes not breaking anyone's production. So then, Mark, yeah, what you're getting at there, Mark, is simply when you nest that data, the nesting of it is really not the problem. It's actually the duplication of that data. When you start duplicating data within nesting, that's when the nested structure falls apart, because you no longer have normalized data of like one source of truth. You have multiple sources of truth. And how do you actually rationalize which one's correct? I don't fucking know. Yeah, WordPress is still like 40% of the internet. Like totally. PHP is still like 70% of the internet. Yeah, no worries, Mark. Yeah. Totally, not a big deal. One of the coolest part about WordPress that I want to call out is if you want to consume WordPress from anything, right? They have a REST API that wasn't there years ago. They implemented it as a plugin to expose the WordPress core as an API, as a REST API that people could manipulate, and it was a plugin for ages. And finally, when it was stable, they merged it into the core. They're doing the same exact thing with the GraphQL plugin. I don't think the GraphQL plugin is merged into the core yet. No worries, Mark. Yeah. We're sitting here drinking, we're chilling, we're hanging out. I get it. I'll see you soon. No big deal. Enjoy that beer. Fuck yeah. Is it an IPA? What IPA you drinking? Feel free, shout it out when you're back. No big deal. Yeah, headless WordPress is massively a thing. I have actually done headless WordPress in major ways. I used the WordPress REST API ages ago when it was still a plugin for like my first major project at the client agency I used to work at. We built out basically a Fiverr competitor. Yeah, like we literally built out a Fiverr competitor. We used headless WordPress for a bunch of shit, right? For their blog posts, for some of that. And I used that same headless WordPress to propagate in some of our like, you know, metadata for the page, like SSR wise, just so we could have like search engine optimized stuff, right? It's crazy. Some of like the fetching and magic I was doing back then. So yeah, headless WordPress is a really cool tool. You should definitely recognize and work with it and do it. Hell yeah, James. Mr. Sir. Yeah, my biggest complaint against like major full stack monolithic frameworks is why the fuck would I spend time rendering templates on my server when I can just ship JS templates instead and just load in the data as needed? And for dashboard applications, hugely useful. For applications that need major amounts of interactivity, hugely useful, right? Just recognize the tool or app you're building and optimize around that. That's the most important thing you can do. And what's up, JRAM? How you doing? So yeah, I gotta shout it out again. Anyone that can actually sustain and support streaming both streams, if you could throw me a concurrent view on the YouTube, that'd be a huge benefit, and I would thank you forever. Too many PHP full page refresh apps. Right, yeah, exactly. The monolith. When you navigate to a new page, you have to refetch everything again. And hopefully you have your, like, you know, your JS, etc. is at least cached, right? Hopefully you have your cache headers set right. But still, like, you got to bootstrap the entire thing again. Versus an app that is hydrated, and then you're using JS navigation instead to just fetch the data you need instead of like a full-on rendering process. Like, the value and utility to such a thing is massive. So yeah, exactly, Felipe. 100%. Like, yeah, we agree. I'm not trying to correct you. I'm simply like letting other people know exactly what you meant with that. So you're building a meal plan / shopping list app. Ooh. I like that there, JRAM. I would love to work on Mealection again here at some point. And if you want to like wire up some type of like connectivity of consuming each other's apps, I could be down. And a JRAM, thank you so much. I know that's you over there. I can read. I can see what your name means here and there. So yeah, thank you for the both. Like, massively helpful. I can't even explain how helpful it is. Thank you. Y'all are the best. If we can get people at the same like viewership I have here on YouTube, we'll hit that 4,000 in like a day or two. It's crazy. Hey YouTubes. Hey there, YouTubes. Right? We can do it fucking, like Ronald Jenkins. Hey there, YouTubes. Right? For sure. So yeah, John Rush, thank you as well. Appreciate you. Like, all y'all. Your help means the world to me. Thank you. In such a way that I'm gonna keep streaming as long as I can, at least until I get these slides made. Because I need to actually start hacking out what these slides do. I'm not sure, Michael. That's the tricky part. I'm not sure which one, like, if you mute it, do they count it as not a view? Twitch does not count a muted stream as a view either. But at 360p, you can do it. If you mute it at the OS level, Twitch will never know. Muting the tab is probably less detectable, but if you mute it at the viewer level, then yeah, like they know, right? But if you mute the tab or mute the browser or whatever, right? Like, I believe that is fine. You made the shopping list part already and you and your wife actually use it daily? Hell yeah, JRAM, that's super cool, man. I like that. Ooh, so Ebden, is there a way to merge the on-screen chat from both chats? That is a feature I would have to add to StreamParrot. To actually add a feature to StreamParrot means I actually have to remake StreamParrot. I can do it. I have other things I need to do first, though, right? So yeah, StreamParrot being YouTube compatible is an edge case. I know, it's an edge case. I want it to work and all that. Oh no, what happened? A hard drive crashed and I lost basically an entire like year and a half worth of work. That means I lost all of the monetization. It means I actually lost like so much of the source code that I might as well just rebuild it from scratch. I know, it sucks, but it's just a CRUD app. Rebuilding the CRUD aspect of it should be easy. It's just not a priority yet, and that's the problem. So I'm gonna have to prioritize it here soon. I just got other shit to do. The biggest part is the API. The API is Elixir. I could probably grab the source code from somewhere. It's just a Docker container. I bet the source code lives inside that Docker container somewhere. I can make the API happen, then I just have to fix the overlay and the UI. At the end of the day, that's a lot of fixing to do. I'd rather just build it out. No, really, I should have just been committing and pushing way more often. I trusted APFS more than I should have. With a good, legitimate file system, I'd actually probably be recoverable. APFS fucked me. HFS with journaling, that's the way to go. Don't use APFS, especially for external drives. APFS fucked me. Yeah, the Apple file system fully fucked me. Because they are very, very, like fuzzy about how they do some stuff. But if you were to disconnect and reconnect the drive, that's actually when they go and clear out things that got, like, pruned. They have a weird fucking philosophy of, like, when things get pruned. If I'd known it, I could have just not plugged in and unplugged the device and then plugged it into a better thing and maybe been able to recover all sorts of shit. But no, APFS takes liberties with what data integrity actually means. So don't use APFS on anything other than internal drives. External drives always get HFS+. No, like, it's gone, James. It's fully fucking gone. APFS fucking sucks. I didn't know that. I made the mistake. I'm dealing with that mistake now. I only lost that project. Other projects are fine. Actually, I lost some other ones too. Right? Battle boats. Yeah, I lost most of battle boats as well. But if I was gonna do battle boats, I'd just rebuild it from scratch and we could build back up what we made real quick. I just don't think battle boats is a good investment of my time. In the same way that Stream Parrot is not a good investment of my time. Let me put it this way. I've had this conversation with Theo and Mark, both from Ping. Right? Not that Mark. Not the Mark that's been hanging out, but another Mark. And they were both basically very upfront about saying this, and I don't think it's something that I should be not okay with sharing. Streamers are a terrible target market. The worst. Most streamers are fucking broke. Famous streamers already have something that works and they are really opposed to changing anything because they have what works. The moment they change something, they see a dip in viewership every single time. It's crazy. Right? So yeah, streamers are a really bad target market. In the same way, right, like Stream Parrot, targeting streamers, just a bad target market. In the same way that I had to pivot me election. I had a thing called Grumbler in which we're like, yeah, we could just target restaurants, no big deal, and they'll, like, pay to have their food, like, put up on this thing, like, no big deal, like, totally, it'll work. No, restaurants are a terrible, absolutely fucking terrible target market. If DoorDash, Uber Eats, etc. had predicated their entire fucking market on charging restaurants for it, they never would have gotten out of the idea stage. Because restaurants are cheap as fuck. Streamers are cheap as fuck. If a restaurant could operate with paper plates only, they would. They totally would. Exactly. Yeah, JRAM. Restaurants are notoriously cheap. That's why the fucking tip economy is even a thing. Because restaurant owners don't want to pay people for their fucking time. They want to skirt every fucking rule they have to just to get absolute profitability from the restaurant. So yeah, restaurant owners and Twitch streamers, really bad target market. It's just that easy. Ooh, so yeah, Mark, like, so is that 10% like amortized over like your slow days too? Because that's actually the problem that most bartenders have. They equate their biggest days as like what they expect, and their slow days are just a problem, you know? Whereas instead, they need to be amortizing their rate over the slow days and realize that the money they were getting tipped for their big days are actually like not the same thing. Over the whole of everything. Exactly, Mark. There's even like the Casa Bonita like shit that just happened, right? So South Park owners bought Casa Bonita and have said, hey, we're doing away with tipping and we're just gonna pay these people what they're fucking worth. Right? I forget the exact number. There were people out there saying like, oh my god, I depend on my tips. Any person who depends on their tips and makes a killing hourly wise would really need to look in the mirror and recognize if they're actually hitting that 60K a year. If you're not hitting 60K a year plus your tips, $20 an hour is an improvement. But there's like a gambling aspect of a really good night paying you more than that $20 an hour. It causes you to ignore the nights that you made less than $20 an hour. And the majority of your time is usually not the peak of your profitability. It's actually the trough of your profitability. So, yeah, like most bartenders do not make the money they think they make because they could just look at their yearly salary and recognize it. So JRAM, legally, taxes are the same for tips versus wage. The only way tips are not taxed is if someone tips in cash and that person who took the cash tip just doesn't report it. That means that most of the people that are relying upon cash tips for their hourly wage to be some magical number are actually committing tax fraud. If the IRS really wanted to like make massive amounts of money, they would start investigating the tax fraud of bartenders. In Las Vegas, the IRS actually estimates your tips for you. Yeah, exactly, right? Because they know. They fucking know. So yeah, tips are not actually taxed differently. They're only taxed differently if the bartender or server is committing tax fraud. Right? I know plenty of fucking servers that would be bummed that you're calling out their tax fraud, but it's literally tax fraud. Literally. Maybe, but it gets tough because there are customers that don't tip at all. And how do you compensate for that? Whatever you say, James, it's the same thing, right? But yes, there are people out there that don't realize that they're the same thing, and that's where the problem lies, right? No, I get what you mean. Yeah, Mark. Right? They'd have to raise their pricing compared to other places, and some, like, taco truck could easily just undercut them anyway, right? It's actually why you don't really have that many mid-level restaurants in Portland. You either have the taco truck, or you have something, like, pretty expensive. Or the venue, or the restaurant, or whatever, makes their money off alcohol sales. That's it, right? Either a restaurant is operating on a loss compared to the taco trucks nearby, and they're making it up in alcohol sales, or they're charging a massive premium because they're a fancy restaurant. Right? To actually make it work any other way is tough. You have to serve like a very specific niche at that point. And yeah, James, I get it. Yeah, like the rest of the world, it's kind of, yeah, the thing. It's a lot harder to know if you're eating at a good restaurant in the UK or France if it's not like a super fancy fucking venue, right? Farmhouse Kitchen Thai. I have not been there, Mark. I gotta check it out. I was really, really, like, massively happy to find a really good taco stand. Right? There's taco trucks and taco stands all over Portland, right? But some of them are just so, like, greasy and, like, old meat that, like, you know, it's fine. You'll eat it. Instead, I found one in Portland there that, like, dude, the owner dude is the dude cooking your meal. I took a photo and even posted it to, like, to Twitter because I found, like, a legit taco truck. And this dude was like, hey, man, yeah, eat your tacos. If you want to order more, you know, I can wait to charge you. No big deal. I was like, hey, if I'm still hungry, I'll buy more. Just charge me out, man. I'm really happy to be here. But, like, this is the dude recognizing who his customers are, who the people are worth, like, you know, catering to, etc. And he, like, dude, really confident, like, taco truck guy. Like, awesome. Like, this dude was awesome. Like, really good. And the best tacos I've had in years. I want to point that out. I've been to San Diego. I actually fucking hate San Diego tacos. Because they're actually counting on the fact that they're gonna drown that shit in some type of sauce, and you're not gonna recognize how dry their fucking taco meat is. No, I haven't been to any of those. I remember Fuddruckers. I remember the Route 1 flea market, etc. But, like, I haven't lived in Jersey since 1995. So it's been a while. And that's literally the year we moved. Maybe 1996, but 1996 is like a half and half year. Like, we arrived in Washington during 96, I think. Dude, yes, I've heard stories about the people that just, like, memorize people. They know your order even. Oh yeah, you ordered it without the fucking pepperoncinis or whatever, right? Or some bullshit. Oh, hey, you were the one with the tomato allergy or some bullshit, right? Like, dude, it's amazing when they remember that shit. Like, really cool. Like, really cool. I massively respect restaurants that do that. Ooh, Fat Daryl, right? Yeah, extra mozzarella sticks? Totally. Ooh, I bet that person can hold a major grudge. Oh yeah, totally. Right? Oh, if you fucking forgot to tip them, yeah, they remember. Like, oh shit. Oh no. Oh no. He's gonna remember that I forgot to tip last time. Shit. Ah, fuck. And yeah, Eric, over on the other thing, yeah, restaurant margins are already very small. They don't want to spend more money. Like, it makes sense. Like, yeah, for sure. Don't you dare order from another truck in his view either. Yeah, totally. I saw you eat that shit a year ago. You ready for a real sandwich? Yeah, damn right. Yeah, totally. Hold on, Dion, your favorite sandwich was the Fat Buddha? What is on a Fat Buddha? I thought Buddha was fat already. Shit. Huh. There you go. Fat Sandies. What is a Fat Sando? I'm curious about, like, what's in a Fat Sandy. Yeah, Mark, when I was in, like, elementary school, my older sister, who's, like, a half-sister, who was separated by, like, 10 plus years, maybe, she was dating, like, the goalie for the Rutgers soccer team. He was a really cool dude. I wish they'd actually stayed together, because he was really cool, man. I don't know who the fuck she's married to now. I don't fucking know the dude. He seems less cool. He's not some fucking soccer player, you know? He's some fucking doctor or something. Ugh. Lame. Oh, okay, like a fat sando has, like a cheesesteak would have mozzarella sticks instead of cheese whiz. I get it. Yeah. As long as you don't call it a Philly cheesesteak, you're good to go. It's just a cheesesteak at that point. Yeah, I get it. I actually love doing that, where like you do like a chicken club style thing, right? But instead of like the, the Swiss and like meh, like you do mozzarella sticks on it. Ooh, like a good fried chicken sandwich with mozzarella sticks on top. That shit's so good. I can't eat it right now because it's too much. And I'm trying to lose a little bit of weight. Ooh, James, here's something. I don't know if it's true with the mushrooms you have. But, at least in Oregon, the friends I had, we would, like, go and pick, like, morel mushrooms. But they, like, when you get your license, they actually warn you. You can't eat morels too many nights in a row. It'll fuck with your sleep cycle. My friend didn't believe him. And we were broke snowboard bums, so he ate morels too many nights in a row. And he started having dreams about running through fields of morel mushrooms. Like, fields of them. And that was, like, the only dream he had. It's fucking weird, man. Right? Fungus will fuck with your brain. They even warn you about it when you're going to, like, get your license for picking morel mushrooms. Like, hey, just so you know, like, you can't eat them too many days in a row now. I just hope you know that. I know you've been growing gray oyster. I just want to point out there is something to the, like, effect of too many mushrooms. It's tough. It's not ideal. I wouldn't recommend it. Now, Mark, we're not even talking about, like, fancy mushrooms. Not at all. We're not even talking, like, magic mushrooms. We're just talking, like, mushrooms you can pick that are delicious, that they actually taste like steak. Like, a morel mushroom sliced up and eaten with the right seasoning tastes like a fucking steak. It's delicious. It's amazing. But if you eat them too many nights in a row, it will fuck with your dreams. It's gnarly. There is a fungus among us. All right, so James is pointing out that the mushrooms he's eaten don't have the morel mushroom aspect. If you eat morels too many nights in a row, you will have weird-ass dreams. It's a fact of nature at this point. If you never had a morel mushroom, you should try a morel mushroom. They're really fucking good. They're amazing. Ooh, like, honestly, that could be fun, man. Yeah, Mark, like, that could be really good. Right? You make, like, tech money, but you just want to, like, work in a fucking kitchen one night a week or something? Ooh, that sounds amazing, man. Ooh, you know what doesn't sound amazing? I am out of water, and I gotta go pour more. Now, keep in mind, I don't have any gaming I need to go play right now, so we can keep working on this presentation nice and slow, right? Rotisserie style. This is a rotisserie presentation, if you haven't seen it before. Ooh, Dion, I didn't realize you were there on, like, the Jersey aspect. I know you've said it, and I just forgot every single time you've said it, so I'm sorry, man. Yeah, super cool, though. Hell yeah. Right, so real quick, I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. But let's actually start turning these, you know, bullet points into actual slides. If I can land on a presentation I'm somewhat happy with, then we have done major value today, despite the fact that I already delivered value by, like, figuring out some of this, like, matching syntax. So let's go deliver value here slide-wise, but I gotta pee first. BRB. See you in a sec. No, I don't remember getting food. Yeah, sorry. Nah, I don't. The only food I remember from Jersey is there was a Stewart's, right? Like Stewart's, like root beer kind of thing. And there was also a White Castle in the area. That is the most, like, Jersey thing I can think of for food. How do you feel about that there, Mark? Oh yeah. You like my BRB screen? Damn right. Yeah. Me and my prostate got stuff to say. No big deal. So you're having a day off right now? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, cool. And yeah, everyone lurking over on the YouTube, thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Hold on, let me do this real quick. Ahem. Oh wait, really, Mark? Oh, cool, man. Ooh, super cool. I don't think I've ever had anyone chime in saying that, like, my YouTube stream got recommended to him. That is super cool and new and very different from what I was expecting. Ah, that makes more sense. I gotcha. I probably just missed, like, the shout out and all that. Like, I missed, like, the notification. I'm sorry. But yeah, thanks, man. All right. I was not, oh God, I'm dying. I was not expecting that to be as harsh as it was. I done fucked up. Oh, I done fucked up. Oh God, I'm dying. Oh God, I'm dying. Oh God. Oh, that was too much. Oh, buddy. Whoo! Okay, hold on. Let's fix this. I am sorry. That is not me. That is not who I you know, feel like represents me. I am sorry for that, everyone. That cough is not what represents me, okay? Whew. Help! 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 We are going to the moon together, though, so I do want to point that out in a way that I don't want to explicitly say, but yeah. I got my moon ticket. Y'all heading to the moon with me? Not quite. Different moon? That's not a moon. I think this actually just became a secret, like, Star Wars stream, because that's no moon. Ooh. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't even remember what Flux is. Okay, thanks, I hate it. Oh, God. Oh, God, it's the worst. The water in there is opaque. That's the only way I can phrase it. The water in there is like the back of this phone. Without the Mr. Sir. That's why I just hacked my lung out. Around 20 cents instead of the $3, right? Like, you'd be set. You'd be fucking done. But, right, it's one of those, like, oh, it could go to more. Yeah, I hear you. No stress. Right? To worry about that is to, like, misunderstand that, you know, we can't predict the future. Trying to do so is an effort in futility and just anguish. So, at the end of the day, whatever. Alright, so let's actually start making some of these slides. I know. It's like this dude's smoking weed or something. I don't get it. Alright, so that's our intro. We're gonna call it what? I think I'm okay with that. Woo! That last thing just got me too. Holy. Woo! Woo! Alright, we good. So, what is an AST? It's an abstract syntax tree. right? What are they used for is maybe that bit. Right, we provide an example. We describe some basic ASTs that we use day to day. So what are they used for, right? Babel, Webpack, TypeScript, ESLint. Tree sitter, right? So the next bit is the why. We need 3 of them. Boop. All right, so this one is then use cases. Compiling, transpiling, transforming? That's transpiling, basically. Right, editor tooling. Come on, I can type. No, I can't. All right, so, right, those are the use cases for them. Right, so both of these actually need to be annotated. Right, converting TS to JS via TypeScript. Right, TSC. Compilers in general. C to assembly. Right, so then the how would be number 4, sure. Okay, so snippet of TS. Right, we have some examples of that somewhere. Right, so the TS, unist, which is lowercase. We need some notes for this one. Div class notes. Man, that thing really messed with my throat. Should not have done that. Should have cleaned it out. That's my bad. Blown it. Bad idea. But yeah, so Unist is universal syntax tree. Great set of libraries. Right, lots of utilities. Ooh, another tool I really liked. TS Morph. That's another one. So, lots of utilities, universal syntax tree, issue with latest version needing ESM support. Just use older version if needed. Boom. So then after that, we got TS Morph. Most useful for transformations. All right, so this part, basically TS Morph, good for transformations, can load in whole project, and then query. I believe it is Unist compatible, but I need to check that. And then last but not least, tree sitter. Many supported languages. Wasm output available star. We need some notes. Right? So Wasm output does not have language parity with the core. Some just fail to build. Right? And that's super annoying. Oh, hold on. Did they escape that? They escaped that. All right. Plain text. Let's make sure this is marked down just so it knows. There we go. All right, so these are the basic slides. We got that part too. We're just taking what we have and scaffolding it out just a little bit further. I'll probably do a really bad short version with no research here before we leave stream today. Like, really bad. It'll be fine. But it's at least, it's going to call out where I am maybe like hand-waving away some of this stuff that I need to actually have like references and links for. So the part we're on now is Geller. And that is really its own slide. And it's more about do I want to split Geller out from explaining the env var problem? I think I do. Problem. And then 06 would be solution. And I feel like a lot of talks would benefit from just this pattern, right? So, hold on. Boom. Fill in the when if you need to, right? Maybe the who. I guess intro is kind of who I am, right? Then what, why, how? I don't think when matters here. I could explain that it's a compile time thing, but it's more worked into like how the other slides work. But the idea is simply like satisfy the who, what, when, why, where, and then propose a problem and a solution to the things that you just discussed. That is like a very simple presentation structure, I think. And you don't have to follow the naming. You don't have to like, you know, I'm not starting my slides with why. But at least semantically, as far as like the structure of my presentation goes, I think we're good. So this is not a thing that I'm like, this is how you have to do it. This is me actually thinking through the way I've done it a couple times now already. And I'm liking it more and more the more I do it, right? Starting out with the standard, just simple, who, what, why, when, where, and how. And then just getting rid of, you know, the ones that don't matter, right? So does the who matter for your presentation? Up to you, right? That's your intro. Usually it's like nice to just set up the audience. As far as like the other questions there, does when matter for what I'm doing? Does it matter when I came up with these ideas? No, they should be timeless. So, nah, when's fine. Where? Probably not necessary either, right? We're at a JS meetup. It's when you're doing some JS code. And then the how, yeah. So I don't know. I'm gonna try and follow this pattern a few more times and see how I feel about it. Feeling free to mix and match between the order of like the, you know, the main questions besides who. If your thing has a separate who than who you are presenting it, then that who should be worked in and done however you see fit. Otherwise, who is you as the presenter? All of the others, the order is up to you, right? Based upon circumstance and what you feel is most important to call out first. Okay, so as we dig into the problem, We'll just call it the problem. Yeah. Right, so the evaluation of env variables. Runtime. Right. Alex, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? And hey, what up, Absence? See you over there. Right, so compile time. Right, this would be link to ESLint issue. There's an issue about ESLint somehow detecting missing environment variables, I believe. I looked into it and it was like, sorry, it's like out of scope. It's a little just like a little too broad. I believe I remember seeing that somewhere. I'd have to double check. So I believe it was for people submitting to ESLint as something ESLint would do, when instead could it be our own thing that we made, and I totally made one. So I think maybe the problem is just that, right? Evaluation of env vars. Sure. The solution then solutions question T3 stack. Is it separate? Anyone know how they want to do their branding? Like, hold on. I bet we can find out from their website, right? T3 stack. Man, that one thing got me. Whew. Create T3 app is really their name. That's the branding, right? The reason I will never be successful at marketing is because I'd never frame a product I made that way. I don't blame them. I'm just pointing out, like, I'm recognizing that I'm not the person to write copy for any of my websites. It's a reflection on myself, not against anyone else. I would never write that, and that's why I should never write copy for a marketing site. It's that simple. So yeah, that's me. That's a deficiency. I like a lot of their copy though. Like, yeah, well done. But yeah, create T3 app. So instead of T3 stack, it's create. Right, and then link. We could just link it. Come on. think it's that folder, right? Boom. My thing. Right, so create TS app. Really cool, really novel what they do. Let's go look at the source code so we can like reference it properly. Oh, I typed it wrong. There we go. Someone has linked this to me before, and I'm totally forgetting about it. I don't remember where it is. I think it's over here. Hold on. env bars. Installer? V3 app? I have not heard of that. Nope, no idea. They really nailed it with the internationalization. Yeah, that's the move. They fucking nailed it with the internationalization. That was the key. That was the move. Very well done. Okay, sounds cool. Yeah. I just want to like reference their process env thing. So it's really going to be in like pages, something, usage, env variables, right? So we can just head there. Right, pages. Yeah, I just want to get like access to their source code for how they're doing that one bit. And it's just their docs for it, right? But yeah, I would like to see where the source code is actually at for like the env part. Like if you have a reference to that. I know someone showed it to me, like I think Theo himself actually pasted it when I had like posted Geller before, right? But I don't know, tracking down that tweet, ugh, no thanks. I'm good. I'm good. Oh, is it like it's a separate repo? Okay. Right, relies on Zod. Yeah, so it has like a validation layer. Yeah. So it's the same thing that's in there, but they extracted it. Did they extract it like one-to-one? Like, are they dog fooding it now into T3? Is that it? Like, am I missing that part? Or are they still doing like an ad hoc implementation for T3? Like for create T3 app. And again, like, no judgment. I don't know. I would hope so. I'm just curious. I'm just throwing it out there. If you knew, chime in. Not a big deal. I get what they're doing, right? And my main goal with the talk is to shout out how cool what they're doing is. But none of it prevents someone from doing a random process.env randomly in their code. Yeah, so that was the usage document. Yeah, I think we found that one. I think the library is actually the main bit. Their docs might be useful. I think just like shouting out what they got here is probably enough. I can strip out the comments. Oh no, you're good, Mark. No, I appreciate you. Yeah, I was looking for the source code just to make sure, right? But really, I think what you have in that doc is really the same stuff we're looking at. So it's like either one. My main point with this is nothing actually prevents someone from doing a process.env within your source code. Unless you explicitly define no process.env, like is that an ESLint variable you can do? I don't even know. Right? Nothing is preventing the user from using process.env willy-nilly. So then you got to really rely upon code review to find it. And that's a problem to me. So again, I'm not saying it's a bad approach. I really like it. I think it's great. But it has a very simple like blind spot of I'm trying to put this onto a project that I'm just now getting into, and they got process.env all over the fucking place. Could I just establish a build step that verifies if we have those variables defined? And it's a totally different problem to solve. I think if you're building something from the ground up and you can enforce very strict standards on the code base, then you're done, right? But you would need an ESLint plugin at the very least to prevent a process.env randomly, because sometimes someone's just gonna go, looks good to me, and they're gonna miss it, right? It happens. It totally happens. Because that's what we rely upon CI/CD for, to catch the things that we will miss, like, due to laziness, right? That's the whole point. So the key is, you either have to be diligent, or you have to use an ESLint rule, and then boom, you can solve it. But what if you're coming into a new project in which nobody has actually established this pattern yet, and you still want to make sure that you're robust enough to handle a missing env bar, right? So I think there's like an edge case to where like T3 env will never be applicable. Good luck. Have fun. Because some projects are too big to dictate some of this, right? But if you could at the very least make sure you're failing out in your env, like, you know, CI/CD process. Oh, hey, we're missing that one thing that needs to totally be bundled in. Well, then we can solve it, right? You can find out immediately rather than waiting for someone to call that function that needed to be evaluated to find out that you didn't have the right variable there. You know, things like that. Or at least you didn't even have the variable there. So that's kind of like the main goal I'm going for with Geller. It's more of just like, well, you might not always be on Versal. You might not always be on something that would benefit from T3 env because you're bootstrapping into it at the end. Now, could you totally refactor and make that a thing? That'd be a big PR, but you could make it happen. Or you could just simply call out the deficiency in your environment instead. And I think that's where, like, what part are you trying to fix? Are you trying to fix your code right now? Or are you just trying to fix, like, your environment missing something? At this point, I still don't know if this actually catches the fact that your environment might be missing something. Like, I believe the validator runs, hopefully at a build step that would fail out your build. But I think that's on you to put this as part of one of your build steps at that point, right? So this still has a potential for you not opting into it fully by not failing out your build from something missing. No, like, it's still part of your build, right? When is the validation happening? I guess. I think that's the part that matters. Like, when is this validation actually being called? I'm curious about that, about when, like, you know, creating env happens. It has to happen at build time. So you have to put this somewhere that really matters, and you include it, and it fills out your build because of it, right? I know, it feels dark. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, this is a bit of a long stream, but I do need to, like, hack out the, like, bones of this talk. That's important. I give this talk in 2 days. It's a lightning talk, so it's fine. But this is actually, like, the boilerplate to a longer talk about other usages of ASTs and, like, looking at the code to make them, right? Some of that. Because I've used ASTs to solve several problems. I have one at work that I could totally, like, you know, build an open source library for right now, too. And yeah, how you doing, Mary Jo? Good golf swing. I gotta say, that was a clean hit. That was nice. The slow-mo nails it, doesn't it? It's super cool. Yeah. Yeah, that one I had at, like, the golf range, like, with the hail coming down. Like, same idea. Like, just the slow-mo made it, like, infinitely better. Oh, it was just on the Twitter. Hold on, let me go find it. It's quick enough. If I just do that in images, are we good? No? Shit. Damn it. Ugh. Alright, didn't work. We tried to track it down the other day, too. It was, like, March? Dude, we just see the snowboard photos flying by, don't we? Yeah, totally. Alright, so we're at May. I think it was, like, March or something. Who here is a huge Ernest P. Worrell fan? It better be you, because I definitely am. Hell yeah. Yeah, damn right. He's the best, isn't he? Like, totally. Air brakes. Fuck yeah. Oh, man. All right, we're still not nearly far enough back. I've had this camera that long? Shit. All right. Alright, it's coming up. It's back here somewhere. Oh, hey. Yeah, Geller. We're talking about that right now. Oh, beanie bin. Anyone who asks how many beanies do I have, I got a bin for them. So yeah, a bunch. Nope, that was good. Hold up. This drink's insane. You have to pull things in a very specific order or you got a problem. Right? So you got to pull, like, I'm trying to remember. I think it's the tequila shot first, which drops into the beer below. And then I forget the rest. I'm like, dude, this shit was gnarly. I saw the me. Oh, so it is not visible below. I saw it. But yeah, below, anything starting with an exclamation point is seen as a command, so my bot ignores it. All right, so hold up. We're getting close, I swear. It's gotta be here, like, any minute now. Any fucking minute now. Like, really? How far back could this be? Did I miss it? It was like, it was earlier. Shit. Oh yeah, we're way past. Damn it. It was April something then. Just a couple. There it is. All right, so hold on. That's the one. Nailed it. We found it. Time's an illusion. Golf time doubly so. But we had this hail coming down that was amazing. Oh, Jonestown found it about the same time we did. Yeah, for sure. I know, right? Like, so cool. The hail made it so cinematic. And yeah, this is out at, like, a Topgolf, right? Like, really cool, though. And I fucking nailed it. Like, dude. Yeah, I haven't golfed that good since. So we're good. It's fine. No big deal. I just like how you can still see it amid, like, the hail. You know, like, it's so crazy that it's somehow still, like, fully visible as we're tracking it. Like, that's so weird, man. Because the hail's coming down. Like, yeah, it was a really well-shot, like, video. Like, yeah. And, yep. Here's the day. Good crew. Yeah, my gut, a little bigger than it should be. It's fine. There you go, Jonestown. I should have done that the whole time. And yeah, I said TS app there too. It's T3 app. I said TS app above too, because, yeah. Brains. Who can figure them out? I can't. Take over the Santa Barbara JS meetup? Sick! I'll give a remote talk about whatever. If you're ever looking for a talk, like, you know, just to fill up space. Hell yeah. Just let me know. I've been meaning to reach out to, like, other meetups to see if they, like, you know, they do the remote talk thing. Because I can totally give a remote talk. I gave one at, like, the Go SF meetup. Actually, for, like, Golang. Like, just before HugoConf last year. So yeah, thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, like, look at me as, like, I can fill the void. I got talks for days. You just got to pick a talk I've already done, maybe something I made a YouTube video about, and I can make a presentation about it. Like that, right? Like, no big deal. Like, day before, no problem. Like, given, like, a full, probably, like, day and a half day before, yeah, totally. Half meaning, like, the talk's in, like, the night of, like, the day, and then you give me, like, the full day before to work on it. Ooh, yeah, I gotcha. I've done that for Angular Universal. Like, I used to be a co-organizer of the Seattle Angular meetup. It just meant I gave a talk once, and then Craig, who's a very cool dude, said, hey, man, be an organizer too. And I was like, okay, what do I got to do? Nothing. So yeah, I was like, sign me up. So yeah, it was cool. And then at one point they were like, shit, we need a talk. I was like, what y'all want to talk about? Angular Universal? Okay, yeah, cool. I'll have a talk ready for tomorrow. Lightning talk? We good? Boom. We did that here on stream. I spent the day before the meetup coming up with my talk, making the presentation, practicing it. And then, bam, I gave the talk the next day. Like, totally, no big deal. I don't give a shit. So yeah, just let me know. Given enough time, I gotcha. It was a pretty decent talk about Angular Universal, too. Had demos and shit. Alright, so let's lowercase it. Let's not be a jerk about it. We do that. We show the create T3 app thing. T3 app implementation, and then T3 app usage. Right, so after usage there, we kind of just want to like shave all that out, and the main gist is finding a place where it's being referenced, and you know, you do something like that, right? Cool, no big deal. Right, create T3 app. Thoughts. I don't want to call it criticisms. And yeah, how you doing, Sendrior? No worries. You have a good nap? I love a good nap. Oh, man. Yeah, we're going a bit late today. I get it. Yeah, whatever. No one reached out for some gaming or anything, so I'd just be playing some video game anyway, so I'd rather get this shit done so I don't have to stress about it so I can sleep nice tonight. I'm being selfish about doing a long stream right now because I want to make sure I can actually sleep tonight. Because I've been maybe slightly stressed about the fact that I haven't done anything towards this talk yet. It's all up here, man. We're good. All right, so create T3 app thoughts. Awesome. Awesome for new projects. Harder to enforce for old projects. Nothing prevents a wild process.env. Without any S-linkers. Do they have that rule by default? And I think that would be interesting. Right? I think that would be worth recognizing. It's okay, I get you. You don't have to guard your age here. We're a bunch of old people anyway. Like, yeah, I assume everyone's a kid until otherwise. Until otherwise noted, like, you didn't have to call yourself out. I assumed you were young. Don't worry about it. We're all young at heart here, said the old person in the room. All right, so Geller, my thing, this is when we start calling it out. Geller. I know, I'm not trying to have an old off here. Come on, I know a bunch of people can beat me in the old off. It's fine, right? I get it. You gotta recognize, though, that my shoulder's easily like 110. Right? My shoulder's got some city miles on it. My knees, they got some city miles on them. For sure, right? So I can at least hang. I can be part of the old person group. Oh, I lost count. Over 100 easily. Let me put it this way. When I was at TwitchCon, I dislocated 3, maybe 4 times. That was just 5 days. Like, dude. It was leagues. Oh, there you go. Hey, Bills. Nailing it. Nailing it. Oh, Mr. Sir. All right, I gotcha. How cramped was that fucking arc? And Noah, he was a dick, wasn't he? I'm not even religious. I just thought that was a fun joke. Okay. Okay. I can't believe he brought the roaches. We all begged him not to bring the roaches. I like that. That's pretty good. That's solid. That's a good response there. That is a very solid response to those jokes. I feel like you took some time to think about it, and it was all worth it. It worked out in the end. That was awesome. Oh, hold on. I don't know if this one's actually legit. Sorry, I gotta go and make sure I'm back on White Bat Audio because they are 1000% stream safe. This one doesn't actually dictate that it's stream safe, so I don't think I can actually play this one. Yeah, I don't think I can do that. So, we gotta find one from White Bat Audio, who is the author of all his own stuff. So he owns the copyright, etc. So that's all we can play right now. Sucks. It's the way it is. That's just the way it is. Oh shit! Am I gonna get copy stricken for, like, singing that song too perfectly? Copy struck? Yeah, exactly. Shit, I'm gonna have to fuck up the melody next time. Like I just didn't. Yeah, totally. Alright. Some things will never change. Yeah. Oh, it's so fucking pitch perfect. I'm getting sued at this very moment. No. I think we're good. I'm bullshitting. It's a family tradition, okay? Brave men run in my family. I don't even know what that's from. My dad quotes it all the time. It's such a good quote. Because you can think about it 2 ways. Right? Brave men run in my family, right? It's hereditary. We are brave. Or the bravest men in my family still run away. Like, you know, there's 2 ways of interpreting that line. And that's why it's such a bold, beautiful statement. The bravest men in my family still run away. It's fine. Brave men run in my family. Or brave men run in my family. Right? It's all about the inflection. It's pretty good. You'll be thinking about that one tonight while you're going to sleep. I gotcha. I got the brain worm. I transferred it to you. Have fun. Have fun. Alright, so, yeah, we got the T3 stack thing there. Nice. Hell yeah there, office worker. Seems good. Let's for everyone out there watching, we would assume he's in a legal state otherwise. If he says he's not in a legal state, then I probably got to delete the comment. But, you know, yeah, as long as we can assume that you're in a legal state because there's a bunch of them, like, yeah, you're good, man. I don't give a shit. Legal country, even. Well, there you go. That trumps a state, I guess, right? I don't know. But yeah, what up, JD? Mr. Sir? How you doing? Welcome. So yeah, Alex, I shouted that out, right? Thank you for that follow. If I forgot, my bad, my bad. It's been a little bit, JD. I just, you know, assume summer shit. You got family, etc. Like, you know, you're doing summer things. Twitch viewership for most streamers is down in general during the summer anyway, and being like the first real summer post-COVID, like, dude, numbers are dipping even further. Like, I'm not gonna fault people for not being here. You're actually getting to enjoy the outdoors again. Fuck yeah, do it. And if not, maybe it's like you don't even have that excuse. It's fine. You don't have to self-select. You can just nod your head and smile. No, I assumed, like, I knew kind of like out where you lived, and I assumed you're just enjoying being out. You know, because that's the only thing you have to do in Montana. Enjoy nature. What else is there? You're not going out to the hot new sushi place. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Oh, Mikey, don't spoil it. Is he doing another late night stream? Yeah, I'm curious about the late night streams. Is it just like, you know, schedule is dictating it kind of thing? Or is he just focusing on different audience, etc.? And hey, what's up, Prime? Mr. Sir. What up, Nate's Code? How you doing, Angles? Yeah, what's up, everyone? Yeah, how you doing? Prime, I shouted out my sub to your stream the other day, and you didn't even notice. I even made a comment saying you didn't even notice, and you didn't notice that one either. Maybe you did, and that was part of the joke. Whatever. But, yeah, appreciate you, man. 49 months. So I'm one away from the 50. I know. Big time. Too cool. No, I'm kidding. Like, his chat moves quick. I'm not blaming him. It'll be like me missing a couple comments here and there, like Socklos. It'll happen. It's fine. Yeah, I used to work with a chef down at Mount Hood. He was friends with Ween before they were big, and then finally when they made it big, they were too cool. I get it, right? I get it. It's fine. I'm just bullshitting. You know that, right? We're having a good old time. We were doing some Rust just a minute ago, but I need to actually like create some like presentation stuff. But hold on, we got like Rust developers here. I actually kind of need some help with my Rust, so we might pivot back. Like, I've done enough work on my slides and shit. I need some like Rust help. No worries. Enjoy the wine. I got the whiskey. I get it. Cheers, Mr. Sir. Thank you for the raid. Anyone here that is a fan of Rust or Crab, I am looking to make sure that I do some of this properly. No, I will not change the font. How dare you? Let me shout out some of the follows. Nate's Code, which is different from Nate Codes, right? Totally different person. Victor Rodriguez, Rust Me On This, Quitchman, Nidens, Coding Frenzy, Zaburum, Cold Seal, Supernova, JV, The End Is Near. If y'all were really happy to discover the magic that is CSS as a backend, you're welcome for tipping Prime off to that one. No big deal. Just saying. You're welcome. Yeah, we're all full stack CSS developers at this point, correct? Right? Oh, Zaburum, you sweet summer child. Oh, you're missing out. Yep, no big deal. You'll see. You'll see. Oh, you'll all see. So real quick, accident-prone Guillermo? Or Guillaume? Hold on. Guillermo, where are you from? Is it Guillermo or Guillaume? Let me know so I can pronounce your name right. I'd like to, like, just let me know. Guillermo. Okay, cool. Just making sure. Brazil? Yeah, for sure. I get it. In some cases, the R would be silent and it'd be Guillaume. So, you know, I get it. It's fine. Please, English only. I get you. Mark has a Brazilian connection, so he can totally speak Brazilian. What we're actually getting at is that Mark can speak fluent Lua as well, right? And that's a totally different thing. No, I get it, Mark. No, you're good. We're fine. Yeah, cool. Thank you, Guillermo, Mr. Sir. Nate's code, 1 second. Yeah, the CSS thing, 1 second. Let me give you the regulars access. It's just to prevent spammers. So, yeah, you are a regular now. No, you're good. Nate's code. If you're willing to paste it one more time, you're good to go. Oh, shit, hold on, I forgot. Hold on, not yet. There we go. All right, now you're good. Yeah, now you're good. Now you can paste it. Try again. Bam, nailed it. Yeah, my bad. It's only to prevent the spammers. We get the random spammers here all the time, right? Every streamer does. It's okay. It's not a big deal. No worries, Peter. It's just a meme. Cascading server sheets. It's a fantastic meme. It's just beautiful, isn't it? Quite fun. Supernova, welcome. I'm showing off some really bad Rust code at the moment. We're recognizing that it's not the most performant thing in the world, but it's just a feature flag SDK. And all it needs to do is fetch data. So I have a sync, like, you know, like sync flags versus sync flags blocking. Like the analogy of sync flags versus like get flags is get does the fetch, sync actually sets it on the struct, right? So I can actually test these things individually, right? No, Nate Codes is a different person. Nate's code is a, yeah, that is not Nate Emerson. Totally different Nate. Why does Rust use let statements? I don't think it's worth caring about why. Just simply recognize it does and move on with your day. So, Mohammed, do you have children? Anyone who's had kids recognize that there's a why phase, in which every single question you ask will be met with yet another why. But why? Why? But why? But why? But why? Right? And it'll just keep happening, right? So that's the point. Like, you don't actually need to actually care about the why. At some point, you can just accept it as truth. And acceptance is hugely valuable. Acceptance is like a major thing that you can just embrace. Like, do I need to know why a thing does this thing? No, I just need to know that it does. And who gives a shit? And I'm just gonna do it. I don't have time to worry about why. I just need to worry about how. In so many cases. Worrying about why is something for people with time on their hands. I got video games to play, man. No, I get it, Mythic. I'm not saying don't ever worry about why. I'm saying understanding why is hugely useful in very specific cases, but the majority of doing something does not involve those cases. In almost every field, actually, right? I'm sorry. As a physician, Oh, you got ulcers? Here's antibiotics. You can just accept that that's actually the right way to do it nowadays. Or you could dig into why and recognize that, yeah, ulcers in the stomach are caused by bacteria, not stress. 30 years ago, they totally would have prescribed fucking Xanax or some shit for your ulcers, and it wouldn't have solved the actual problem, because it was actually bacteria that was maybe like encouraged to grow based on stress, but it was actually the bacteria causing it. So understanding why is important, but at some point, can you just accept that someone else has figured it out and you can just do it? Yeah. So when you are getting prescribed a thing by your doctor, do you need to know why? Or you can just accept that hopefully they know what they're talking about. And if not, maybe you get a better doctor. That's what I'm getting at. Knowing why is not essential to a consumer in many cases. And us, as a consumer of a language, we don't need to know why decisions were made for that language. We just need to use it. As the consumer, we have a different perspective than the creator of a thing or the modifier of a thing. I think that's important to recognize. It's actually really cool and interesting. Sure. Yeah, exactly, Guillermo, right? How is, it's like the implementation versus the creation. Like, I don't care about how it was created. I don't actually care about the source code of a library I'm using until I have to, you know? No, so I get it. I'm not trying to, like, say there's a forever, like, oh, I just fucking dunked on y'all. Like, if I'm gonna eat the whole thing, it sounds like you're one to question authority anyway. So how would I argue with a person like yourself that's gonna question anything I'm gonna say no matter what I do? Right? All right, so there, Supernova. Is request no good? Would you never use this SDK because I'm using request at the core? And you're right, I need to actually abstract out the fetch into a different thing. I get it, yeah. I really respect the Primogen. He digs into a lot of the why in a lot of cases, but you, please, Prime, if I'm speaking out of turn, I know, I'm sorry if they don't know this yet. I remember, Pepperidge Farm remembers, when you were totally complaining about having to use Android Studio just to deliver value on the thing that you had to work on, right? Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, your task is to complete a task, right? Like, the tool you use to do so doesn't matter. The language you use to do so doesn't matter. You got some shit to do, and you gotta do it. Right? At the end of the day, worrying about why is hair you're gonna lose for no reason. I can tell you, I've worried about way too much code. And no, this is just genetics. You can't fight genetics, okay? It's not actually worrying about code. I look as young as I do because I snowboarded for 10 years, technically. But I just want to point out, like, at some points, worrying about the specifics of a thing are counter to delivering the value that you needed to give. Right? And I think that's an important thing to recognize. I'm not saying every situation requires just getting shit done. Sometimes really diving into the details, the way Prime does on stream, is hugely fucking useful. Right? I'm not trying to debate that whatsoever. All I'm trying to do is challenge the moments that it actually matters, and that's up to you to decide. Right? That's up to measurement other than an instinct. Measure that you're wasting time on these things. Find out that you're part of the hot path and that shit needs to be optimized. At that point, yeah, then just do it. That's all. So this is not a Prime thing, but this is one of my favorite articles about optimization. It is a C# article in which they totally dig into a thing that is on the hot path. They have identified that as part of the constraints, and they identify some other constraints, right? Because no good problem is solvable without constraints. So keep that in mind. The constraints are they need to use C# .NET 6, right? They can't just rewrite it in Rust. They needed to be single-threaded because that is this current constraint. Maybe parallelization could have solved everything, but that's not the problem they're solving right now. And then it has to be x86 compatible. Yeah, ARM and WASM are just, no, not part of the problem set that we have right now for what we're trying to do. To refactor or change any of that is far bigger of a change than just optimizing a thing, right? And finally, they go into, it's just a checksum. So this is the juniors checksum, in which they create a checksum and it does some stuff and hey, they're done, right? And then bam, the pro goes in and recognizes, hey, let's set up some benchmarks, cool. And then finally they go a little deeper and like the pro starts like making their own version in which they do stuff like loop unrolling, which if you haven't identified a bottleneck yet, you should never unroll a loop. If your code runs once a minute, who gives a fuck? Like, who gives a shit? If the runtime is in milliseconds or maybe seconds and you run once a minute, who fucking cares? As long as you're not blocking the thread of some other thing, just let it run and move on with your day, right? So then let's dig deeper, right? Do years on the road matter? So the senior starts digging into, well, yeah, I could loop unroll. I could probably do some like other shit, like cool, right? Mark a method as unsafe within C#, which is totally different from from Rust, right? Like a different type of unsafe, for sure, right? Maybe like acquire a pointer. Ooh, yeah, use a pointer instead of some other, like there's so many things they deal with and they dig into it. And then all of a sudden they bring in a hacker. And the hacker, the hacker is gonna start doing some bit masking and some magic. Some shit that no other human being in the world can actually read properly and understand and modify, right? The hacker goes and just like, ugh, right? They make this write once code, right? The hacker turns this into something that no one can ever touch again. Besides the hacker and one other person at the company. Ugh, yikes. But then recognize that you can bring in an expert, right? The expert recognizes the entire problem. The expert didn't even have to worry about the code itself. The expert just reads the first comment. Compute a 32-bit big endian checksum. And like the expert already recognizes one thing that solves all of it. Everything. Holy shit. Whatever they're doing, I know a better way. Right? All they care about is the comment. Because it means they know enough C# that they can call some very specific methods. So instead, they can just do a binary primitives reversed endianness within what is basically an unrolled loop of this entire thing. And like, look at how clean that code is. And they've already optimized that shit massively. They've already doubled the performance, effectively, of the hacker that wrote unreadable code. Meanwhile, voila, you're done. You're set. You got it. Because you understand the platform more so than some fucking bullshit. Right? You understand the platform more so than how like the underlying data structures work. No, you understand the available APIs you have. And just reversing endianness as like a SIMD operation is just there. Because you understand the platform more so than just the language. That is important. And then as we dig deeper, yeah, they go into Expert 2.0 with SIMD. And SIMD gets crazy, right? They weren't actually in SIMD land, I guess, but it seemed like something that was SIMD-able. But instead, yeah, recognize that you can just start like, oh my God, SIMD operates right there at the core. And why is something operating at the core of the CPU different than something that sits in RAM? The reason is the speed of light. If you can write a thing that sits at the core, and I know Prime would say SIMD's nuts, hey-o, right? Like there's a meme for it, sure, I get it. I care more about like the knowledge about it, but yeah, the memes are fun. But the idea is just simply recognizing that these things that sit at the absolute core of the CPU have less distance to travel, and we cannot optimize around the speed of light. And for all intents and purposes, an electrical signal running upon your motherboard is basically at the speed of light. It's not due to resistance, right? But we can consider it the speed of light just due to it's going to have the same amount of like time, like it's like a measurable thing. The farther it has to travel, it like deals with the same amount of like degradation, right? So in all intents and purposes, your CPU can operate at the speed of light despite like differences in like the speed of light in a vacuum versus like electricity on a medium, right? So keep that in mind. But the main gist is still recognizing that you have this platform to work with. And instead of doing that whole reverse endianness thing and whatever, you can actually not even worry about unrolling the loop as much. And like you can do like chunks of things inside of like a vector 28 that then just get AVX shuffled and AVX added. And then, oh my God. And this is even more performant, right? We saw the expert. He was able to double the performance of what he just did by using the platform even more, which is really cool. It's a fantastic article. I would love it if Prime read this and like did a thing with it. Like it's a really good article. Prime, I am welcome and open to a contract for just being your like link aggregator, because I got links for you, man. I got links for days. Look at my tabs. I got links for days. I'm kidding. I don't want to collect any money for it. Anything you want to like reply upon or like make something about, like, dude, super cool. Like, I'll give you any link I got. I don't give a shit. I don't need no money. I was bullshitting there, right? You know it. That's just one window. 5 cents per click. No big deal. Yeah. With x86, you can assume AVX for the most part. You can look at like the generations, and for most x86, SIMD extensions on top of x86 encompass all of the 128-bit like operations. So yeah, what you're getting at is maybe like the AVX is not applicable, but they actually dig into that for what they're doing it should be. But you're right, that is a very good constraint. They do kind of hand wave around the fact that, well, yeah, they said x86, but it seems like they're using AVX, which is beyond x86, right? So that's a very good point. So, no, Mythic, the key, though, is that within x86 compatible CPUs, they do implement those core instructions, like categorically. Now, when they said x86, they probably should have like clarified x86 Intel, and that would imply the core set of like, you know, SIMD instructions, right? So I believe they're implying x86 Intel, but keep in mind that AMD has implemented most of these things because most of them are beyond patent at this point, right? So if we look at the list, AMD has implemented pretty much all of these instructions anyway because they're all beyond patent. So, right? We can even see recent stuff where like Intel totally fucked up SIMD like 512, but AMD fucking nailed it, right? So, Pinoy, AVX is basically an instruction set for Intel CPUs, and AMD CPUs have since adapted to it due to reverse engineering. I believe that's how they did it, and that lawsuit has been established ages ago to where, like, Intel won't sue about it ever again. That's my current understanding. I could be wrong. But yeah, as far as I know, AMD has a fully 512 compatible SIMD instruction set. So all of these instructions within AVX 512 are implementable within AMD CPUs as well. And they're actually better than Intel's, like, not current implementation, but the generation before. The generation before of AVX 512 is massively broken on Intel CPUs. Whereas AMD solved it, and it's good. So keep that in mind, Mythic. I believe most of these instructions are open enough to be reverse engineered. So calling it x86, right, it does meet like some level of like generation of like, do they support 128 versus 256 versus 512, right? But beyond that, I don't think Intel versus AMD matters as much. Other than like, oh, you got like previous gen, like just the most recent previous gen Intel, ooh, you're fucked. Like, yeah, right? Don't use AVX 512. Or like, yeah. But that's my understanding. Again, I'm so fuzzy on this stuff. I don't use any of it. None of this matters towards the applications I build day in and day out. At all. And it won't affect anything you guys do either. Until you identify something on the hot path of a set of constraints that you got to work around. Right? All creativity happens within constraints. Without constraints, right? Sky's the limit, and we'll spend our entire life in too many options, you know? So constraints are required to solve some of these problems. Again, Prime, I would really love to see a video about him talking through some of this. I know it's a long one, but shit, like how many long Prime talks do we actually see? He could spend a half hour going through this whole thing and like ranting and chatting about it and turn it into an hour, right? Of just like extra stuff on top. Because it's a decently long article that has a bunch of like interesting things they talk about. Like, yeah, Prime could turn this into a legitimately good long form video, in my opinion, and I'd be there for it. I have ceased to use Reddit for reasons. I don't care if anyone else does. It's fine. And I've submitted stuff. I have. I get it. It's fine. If y'all want to submit it on my behalf, go for it. I don't give a shit. Like, yeah. I got this collection, man. I got too many tabs already. There you go. Yeah, nailed it. Startup stuff. So yeah, everyone out there, let's look at this Rust. What are the complaints against requests? My goal was not to worry about abstracting out request right now. That doesn't sound like a legitimate complaint to me. Sorry, Pinoy. So yeah, help me debug my Rust. I need help, man. Help! I've done as string. What else do I need to do, man? But no, I guess as string isn't any good and I gotta make it a reference. I thought they did the same thing. That's how naive I am at Rust these days, I guess. Nope, they still hate it. They still hate it. We had Tech Savvy Travi in here the other day, heavily promoting the use of enums, and now I'm dealing with the overhead of dealing with those enums. Yeah, 1 second, I'll show it. They're saying consider borrowing, but as string actually does a borrow. So I'm a little bummed about it. Or as stir, not as string, sorry. Keep that in mind. You know what I mean. I've done a bunch of Rust, keep that in mind, but also I don't do it often enough, so I have to like relearn a bunch of these things every single time I deal with it. But some of this stuff, like, I remember, like, yeah, as string is the same as a reference to the string itself, right? Like, come on, I remember that at least. I've dealt with strings enough in Rust, like, come on. Shit. I could do a reference to the as string. I don't think that solves any problem, but I'll just double check just in case. Just, you know, just to be sure. Oh God. I fucked everything up. So, the gist is that we have a TypeScript type that is polymorphic, right? We have a polymorphic data type actually in a bunch of places within our like entire schema. And we need to consume that schema into Rust. And that polymorphic data type is... I was gonna do some hackiness, some terribleness that I don't want to actually say yet. No, I get you there, Pinoy, but it's, don't worry about TypeScript. Just think about a polymorphic data type, right? In which a discriminator, like a field on the struct, determines what the rest of the struct looks like. That's a thing. You can deal with that. You have dealt with that before, right? And you can do so with Serde. Serde, like however Prime wants to pronounce it. We can do this. We have the technology. The key is, I have previously written my own parser to just flatten out the structure in a way that is super fucking gross. Whereas Tech Savvy Travy, who I trust, who's a very smart person, proposed I use enums instead. And I'm using enums now, and I am regretting it. Because if I had just flattened out the structure, hey, all versions of a type are simply a prop that I can do a lookup based on, oh man, like all this app would have been actually done by now. Right? Because it's actually simpler. Even though it involves partial equality and a whole bunch of bullshit and like, you know, terrible type safety tricks, it's actually easier to understand and parse and serialize. Determining the perfect type, it's adding overhead to this process that wasn't necessary because none of the consumers of this SDK give a shit about the underlying type safety at all. They just need to simply run Vexilla client dot should, and they pass an argument saying whether like an environment variable is on or off, right? So all of this type safety is only for my internal code writing. How much work would it be to move it back? I could make it happen. It's doable, right? We could do it. I don't want to abandon it yet because I would like to understand how enums, like enums are totally capable of doing this, right? Enums absolutely fit the use case, and we have a bunch of like variadic enums, etc., right? However you want to phrase that, you know what I mean, right? The pros of the enum is it involves no extra serialization layer. Instead, it's all a problem of Serde and how we like serialize this thing based upon Serde's like discriminator, which is our tag, right? So it means I can consume the JSON without any special function to deserialize it versus, you know, working out like the enums and making sure that shit works. So the enums are a problem. I get it. It's fine. Whatever. I think understanding enums is the value of this. Whether enums are the right approach or not, whether they're more productive, I think myself understanding enums better for this use case is worth it. At the end of the day, I could still decide that my next library is going to do it the naive way because I don't give a shit. Right? It's partial equality. It's a null field anyway. It's not occupying extra space in RAM. I don't care. Right? So there's something valuable about recognizing, well, yeah, let's do it right. And then was right worth it? Hell no. Because our consumers don't give a shit about the underlying data structures. They don't. They just need to run a function that does a thing. That's it. So at some point, absolute type purity is an impediment to progress, depending on what you're trying to do. Sometimes. I'm not saying this is a case. Maybe my naivete of not understanding how enums can solve this problem right, and I just need to learn it. Maybe I learn it and I'm done and it's just fucking done. But again, someone having to work on this code base would also have to go through the effort of understanding enums at that core way, right? Technically, just getting it done, we'd be done already. Yeah, I'm sorry, like... Yeah, I'd be done already if I was doing it like the flattened approach, where every type has its own field and I do a lookup based upon the type. Like, no big deal. I don't give a shit. That's easy. That's so easy. Oh, it's so easy. And it occupies no less space in RAM because you haven't instantiated these other props. They're just partials. It's fine. They're not even there. So yeah, something to it, something worth thinking about the problem. And yeah, I'm just fiddling with the types at this point. What y'all actually caught me working through before the Prime Raid, and I hope you're all here for it, is I'm actually making a presentation about type-safe env vars. I actually have to give this talk in 2 days, so I need to actually work on this more before I can actually end stream. I have to keep going until I finish this. If I don't actually get to game, and we just watch some show and then I pass out on the other stream, that's the price I pay. I need to actually have this set of, like, slides done in a way that I can confidently give a talk about them. So I think we need to refocus on Geller itself, and really, yeah, just the content for Geller, and we're done, basically. But that's the part I need to, like, pivot over to, so I hope you're all there for it. If you have questions about what I mean by that, yeah, so hold on, Mythic. No, so hold on. No, I'm sorry, Mythic. To worry about a box over a stir versus just a string, that's some bullshit. I'm sorry, that should not matter whatsoever. That is like a really pedantic type safety issue and maybe memory issue. I don't give a shit. A string should absolutely work. Right? So, again, Mythic, I'm not saying this towards you as an individual. I'm attacking the argument. And please, just recognize, like, my phrasing could be better. My tone could be better. I'm sorry. I'm not attacking you personally. I'm just attacking the statement. And I get it. There's a thing that would make perfect Rust code. I don't give a shit about perfect Rust code at this point. I just need Rust code to work. And I have a way that I could absolutely make this Rust code work. Right? I assume that there has to be a way to make a string work in the same damn way a box stir would also work, right? Like, to worry about the semantics of that is to miss the point of what the actual issue is, I think. Because as far as the compiler is concerned, they should be doing the same shit. They should be evaluatable to the same type, and none of that should actually be like a memory issue. right? You're trying to make assumptions on the part of the compiler. The compiler can actually see the way I'm doing this, and it might even turn it into a Boxster under the hood. I want to point that out right now, right? You can't predict how the compiler is going to work. Okay, so 1 second, Mythic. Yeah, 1 second. So what you're saying is, hold on, let me scroll down. You're saying I just make a reference to self at the point in which we're doing the lookup, right? Will it blend? It blended. So yeah, nailed it. Good call. Yeah, good call, Mythic. Yeah. I wasn't trying to like say anything about it. I would say trying to refactor it to a box is way outside of scope, whereas just adding an ampersand somewhere is totally within scope, right? So I'm maybe getting the same problem here, and I can just do that, and hey-o! And then maybe here I gotta do something too. Oh, I gotta clone it? Yeah. When in doubt, clone it out. I don't mind a clone. I ain't scared of no ghost. I ain't scared of no clone. Ooh, there you go, Prime. We're trying to just make shit work, right? You just make the Ghostbusters reference. I ain't scared of no clone. Boom, and it shows like some meme with you a fucking like ectoblaster on your back. Right? No big deal. Nailed it. Ooh, send in the clones. Nah, I ain't scared of no clone. Ectoblaster, right at you. I don't give a shit. No, like seriously, that was good. Thank you. I think I end up needing just that too. I don't like the fact that I have to do that, but yeah, the and mute is probably part of it. Ooh, they hate that. Oh, that's terrible. Yes, that's my bad. I'm messing that up. No, so keep in mind, this project is, you can consider it greenfield, but at the end of the day, this is such a minimal part of anyone else's application that the memory footprint of it shouldn't matter at all, right? This is just a feature flag tool. This is an SDK to fetch some shit. That's it. Most likely indie. We'll see how long I go for though, because I do want to get some of this done in some way. And I always got tomorrow to work on the presentation and the slides, right? I got 2 whole days, you know? Yeah, Mark. Yeah, that's how I roll. It's a meetup. It's a lightning talk. You know, we're fine. I've already put in so much work. I could give that talk as is, and we'd be fine. It's a lightning talk, you know? But keep in mind, no, that mentality is also where the chaos came from. Hey, it's just a conference talk of the person having a major vulnerability in their demo code. I would opt towards not having a major vulnerability in demo code. That would probably be better. Just saying. So yeah, right? There's a fine line. There's a fine line. Ooh, Mark! Yeah, you just saw that? Dude, that shit's amazing, right? Now, it's not quite the right voice, but it's so close that it's awesome. If they just cranked down the fucking, like, EQ to make it, like, deeper than it is, oh, man, like, just a little pitch shifting, that would be some fucking MF Doom. Like, it'd be so good. Like, the words, the lyrics, and, like, some of the intonations, amazing. They just needed to make it a little bit deeper. That was it, and it's so good. Ah, oh, really good. Yeah, for sure. For everyone not aware, oh, man, yeah. Like, he just linked it, actually. Let me just grab the link. So damn good. We'll listen to it here on stream. How about that? Yeah, I'll pause this shit and we'll play the faux MF Doom. Because it's just that good.
Metal mask, giving bad brains. Pain man can't explain. Got locked up like a zoo monkey, then poof. Freedom got loose.
Then poof. Like, yeah, it's so good.
No Pandolce. The rap game is like the seventh seal. It's so real, he hide behind a mask like a child. It's cold steel. No regrets, he do what he gotta, and he peeped this, I hold this zap. Straight out the box, no joke. Deadly as a runaway.
I gotta figure out who the voice actually reminds me of, because it's not MF Doom.
Straight sniper through your eye like Grey's Anatomy. White chick that be in the show with all them doctors. Know what I'm saying? The name control the ball like gridiron speech. Diction syntax is AAA rated, and it's not.
There's some actor that is actually this voice.
Keep your mouth closed. Doom. Watch the mask and you'll see and say your prayers like boom. He's back. You won't see me. I disappear like Dr. Jekyll.
It's almost like Seth Rogen, but not quite.
Split like Houdini, like a palm tree in Africa. Can't stand still with the metal mask. Give him mad Riddick skills like Kung Fu. Uncanny too, and always get it poppin'. Always gone, always goon on the road. That's how it seemed. Seriously, he be writing on the tour like Forrest Gump went to dinner with the mentor. It was crazy, dude. He gave him advice.
It was crazy, dude. Like, it's so good. And this is AI that did it. It's amazing. What am I drinking? It's whiskey mixed with water. I know, I'm that boring these days. I'm fucking old, okay? I'm not 40 yet, but I'm close enough. I could actually see it for Nas. Actually, that... Dude, to me, it actually sounds almost like Nas. Like, okay. Like, seriously, doesn't it? That was actually really close to, like, Nas's, like, you know, the fucking, like, frequency. Like, that his voice is at, right? Like, his intonation, like, dude, all that. Like, it's very, like, East Coasty, like MF Doom, right? Nas is just higher pitched. Yeah, that's... I think it's Nas that actually, like, fits the bill. To me, it's like, he sounded like an East Coast atmosphere. Yeah, exactly, Bone Lord. He sounded like an East Coast atmosphere to me. Right? Like the voice itself, for sure. And is that basically Nas? Holy shit. Did we just realize that Atmosphere ripped off West Coast Nas? That's his fucking entire thing? I don't even know if he's from the West Coast, but he sounds like a West Coast Nas, right? I think he's actually from like the Midwest or something, like Chicago or something. I know, right, Mark? Like, it sounds good. Like, nailed it. Yeah. MF Doom, like MF Foom. Like, it's fake MF Doom, man. Really well done. Amazing. Amazing. All right, so real quick. Someone is proposing, I did a thing, something with an ampersand. What do I gotta do? Sorry, I missed that part. We got on a sidetrack, and I appreciate you. With the ampersand, I take a reference to the string, right, which is basically as stir, isn't it? I thought as stir and the reference to a string were the same fucking thing. Like, am I wrong? I think I'm wrong, but still, like, I've had that so right in my head for so long that it's crazy. I gave a talk at the Seattle Rust meetup in 2016, man. And I've still had that wrong for this long. Holy shit. All right, so what do I do? I like some metal and I can listen to it. I'm not trying to do it here on stream because I gotta like obey copyright safe stuff for the moment because I'm over on the YouTubes as well. But yeah. I'll have to check that out. I do like some metal. This fucking song, though, gets skipped every time. Damn it. Ah, no worries, Broodlord. I mean, thank you for helping us work through this. I just have a little bit to worry about with some of this stuff. And yeah, they're saying I just need to do that there too, right? Yeah, no big deal. Hey, problem solved. Oh god, that actually introduces more errors. Okay, so thank you, Dagley. That's what I thought. I thought they were the same thing. On YouTube, the artist White Bat Audio releases all their music copyright safe. So this artist specifically is totally like YouTube, etc. safe. There are plenty of other artists that have like said, hey, we don't care, like use our music. But this one is like, I haven't even been challenged on YouTube because of it, because they don't enforce their copyright. So it's great. Like, they kill it. All right, we're at 9 p.m. Oh, man. When in doubt, clone it out is my motto. And you see clones all over the place. I do have some sushi to eat, so I'm willing to accept some of this as problems for tomorrow me, but I also have a presentation to finish out as a problem for tomorrow me as well. Let me run over the first portion of my talk about ASTs and environment variable based feature flagging. Yeah, problems for tomorrow. Mythic, so in the cases where no, I don't want to return a reference to the cloned object or own type or whatever. Like, clone creates an entirely new thing, and they were complaining about borrow ship in the cases where I'm doing a clone. So, again, Mythic, look at it this way. Is what you're proposing anything that would change the compilability of this app? Or is it a micro optimization? I don't give a fuck about a micro optimization right now. I really don't care. Like, I really don't care. It is the least concern I have. Micro optimizations like that. I'm sorry, like, I'm, again, not talking to you and trying to be, like, you know, negative towards you specifically, but to bike shed about a 2 owned versus a clone? I'm sorry, that performance doesn't matter right now. Zero value to change that. We need to make this thing work. Then we can make it fast. Yeah, so I don't think it would change anything. That's what I'm getting at, Mythic. Right? And I appreciate you trying to help, but if it doesn't actually change something, I really don't want to hear it. That is bike shedding to the T. I don't care about it where in the future. Again, I'm not trying to be smarter than the compiler. The compiler can figure that shit out for me. I'm not trying to outthink the compiler in anything I'm ever doing. And I could show you some TS code that would break your brain because it should be faster the other way, but no, the compiler solves this problem for us, man. Right? Just-in-time compilation, etc. Don't try and outthink the compiler is one of my major points in general. I don't care. right? They will optimize that out from under you to where something you thought was forever true is not anymore, but you're still clinging to this thing of how it used to be, right? So don't try and outthink the compiler. Just let it do its job. A good compiler will optimize a clone into whatever it needs to be anyway. I don't fucking care. If their compiler isn't smart enough yet, well, the language isn't what I thought it was. Okay, so, cool. I guess that makes sense, Mythic. But again, cloning versus two owned. Right? A good compiler should totally solve that problem. Right? If it's a type system issue, the type system needs some fucking work. You know? I'm not trying to optimize around the deficiencies of the system. I just want to make something work. I know for a fact that what we've fetched already is a flag group, which is a struct. So the clone is a different thing, right? If you look, I'm not actually cloning a string anywhere. Not in a single place. I don't do a single string clone anywhere. So I think you maybe misread some code if you're misunderstanding what I'm doing here. I'm not doing a single dot clone of any string whatsoever. Doesn't exist in this code base. Every single clone is of a struct. So again, if you're making assumptions based on thinking this right here is a string, well, you're already off base, right? You're making assumptions that are just not true. Nope, not at all. Not even close. Not even close. Right? So I get that. That's fine. But I'm pointing out, I'm not cloning a single string anywhere. So your arguments about that are really, really fucking bike sheddy. Because it's not even the bike shed I'm trying to paint at this point, you know? So I just want to say, like, recognizing those moments sooner rather than later would be way more beneficial because we could have negated the past 10 minutes of chatting about this shit. Right? It actually had nothing to do with what we were doing. A point I'd be aware of in the future that I'm not doing yet, so why would I even think about it? Like, I'm sorry, Mythic, I get it. You're trying to backpedal. It's fine. Like, don't worry about the backpedal. Just accept the loss, right? You made a mistake, you misread a line, and you're fine. No big deal. The backpedaling makes it worse. The backpedaling actually makes it worse. It's fine, you misread a line. That's a mistake anyone could make. Just own that mistake and move on, man. Don't try and be like, well, but it's still useful. No, I'm sorry. The past 10 minutes were wasted because you misread a line. The pattern is wasted because I didn't make the pattern. I didn't do the mistake that you're thinking I made. Why would I actually make that mistake in the future? I get it, you're making a very straw man argument about this. Could you just own the fact that you misread a line? You will have better experiences in the future if you just own when you make a mistake. Rather than, well, cool, I made a mistake, but the but negates your owning of the mistake. Just don't do the but. Own the mistake and move on. It's fine. It's easy. We all make mistakes, dude. I could have easily made a similar mistake. I'm sure I'm making other similar mistakes somewhere, but it's not the exact thing that you're trying to make me guard against in the future that I haven't even done yet. How easy is it to guard against a thing that I haven't even done before? We learn from mistakes we make, and I haven't made that mistake yet. So how the fuck am I gonna learn from it? Right? Just own the mistake, man. Uh-huh. Thanks. Appreciate you. I'm sorry. Just so you know, I'm an argumentative individual that does not appeal to authority in any single way. I will never ask you to appeal to my authority, but don't you dare ask me to do so. And in the moment when I catch you in a mistake and you start trying to explain it away, I'm gonna call out the logical fallacy of it, right? I get it, Mythic. The key is, did I actually do a thing I can learn from at this point? No. I haven't made a single mistake that you were trying to actually guard against yet. So I don't actually have the reference to when not to make this mistake. Right? Practical usage is, I burned my finger on the stove, I'm not gonna touch the stove anymore. You can tell me the stove is hot all you want. The word hot didn't actually dictate what you actually meant, right? And I needed to learn my own lesson. So let people learn a lesson sometimes. As much as you want to say the stove is hot, until I understand what you meant by hot, I don't know, man. Right? Sometimes people need to learn a lesson, and you guarding them against it isn't doing any gain. I agree. There was probably some bug at some point, but you turned it into, well, what if I made this mistake? Well, I didn't yet, so I have no reference to it. So I'll make the mistake in the future because I have no reference to it. Keep that in mind. I just want to point that out. I think it's important. We can be better teachers when we can understand that trying to guard someone against the failures of the world is impossible. Can we just simply set them up for success and then explain to them when they make a mistake how to be better about that mistake? Maybe Mythic, but that hopefully, right? Shit in one hand, hope in the other. See which fills up first. Don't put any stock into hope. I hope you actually understand to make the reference in the future when it's actually relevant. I can hope all I want. That's up to you. I don't give a shit. That's your problem. Just as me making that mistake in the future that had nothing to do with anything you've seen on screen right now is my problem. Right? It's kind of a moot argument, moot conversation at that point. We're both just hoping. When instead, we got actual bugs to fix. Could we solve those bugs instead? There's way more value to that. And that's what we actually need to do as engineers. Deliver value. Solve problems. Not postulate about the possibilities of the future. Again, Mythic Spirit, I'm not trying to do this as a personal thing against you, right? FD, I would please hope that you phrase that better in the future because it could mean that you're saying they are weird. They're not weird for it. It was a weird interaction, sure, maybe. Again, Mythic, appreciate you. Thank you for trying. Biggest thing I'm trying to get at is just, it's tough, right? Online interaction is not straightforward. So yeah, There's going to be moments like this. All right, so index mute is required to modify indexed content, but is not implemented for hash map standard string flag group. So that index mute. Do I need to do like a derive here? Nope, they hate it. Nope. All right, so we can't do that there. Oh, and we got a bunch of these. Yeah, same issue though, right? Yeah, a lot of this code is just getting like muddy based on some of the types. Oh, yeah, hold on. So this just needs to be a clone. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I need, hold on. Yeah, clone happens up here. Right, we have to clone it before we move it later, right? Totally. So this part, okay, easy enough. Yeah, we got some of that to fix. All right. That one's a little tougher. Ooh, yeah, that one's tougher. We'll skip that one for now. Oof. Yeah, no, never mind. Oh god, yeah, so the hashing works, that's a separate thing too. Oh god, yeah. So we got some major type issues to figure out still. Alright, let's finish out some of this Geller stuff. Alright, so I ended up making a library that's a CLI tool, right? Look at that chest hair. You know it's good. Nailed it. When I missed some follows. So, Broodlord, Ms. Chelstatic. Chelstastic. Oh, that's a name. Bone Lord, Elavi, Viridix, HE and Yascat and Shelly Rose. Did I miss any other follows? I'm sorry, I'm like slacking. That's my bad. Adreno, we got Omar. Oh man, no, there was a bunch of them. Oh shit. Cold Steel, Barum, Supernova, JVD, JV6 actually. The End is Near, Occident Prone, Guillermo we called out, Adreno, Omar, Kesavan, Fayan, Tossy Boy, Elavi we called out, Bone Lord, Ms. Chelstastic. That is, yeah, that's a good name. I like it. Right? And there you go. Yeah, Cotter can be our expert. There we go. Broodlord. Yeah. All right, we caught up. Cool. So yeah, how's everyone doing? What y'all up to? You enjoying your, what is it, Monday right now? Yeah, right, this is a Monday. Totally a Monday. Yeah, someone's got a case of the Mondays. Yeah, FD is actually chatting from the future, which is pretty cool. Please no one be too jealous of FD. All right, so Geller is compile / build time. All right, so then, Geller core right, so I wrote this thing called Geller to help detect env vars that are not defined at runtime, and it's a TS library right now, right? The Geller details are, right, uses Typescript, so let's go look at some of the source code. All right, so, right, we got a TypeScript chunk of stuff to do there, right? Geller details core. Yeah, so I haven't looked at this code for ages. I don't actually remember what all it's doing. Right, there's a sync version, sure. Cool. So get.envvars sync, get use envvars sync. So hold on. We're gonna do this. Get used envvars sync. Right, so then we do that part, and we can show, like, the core. So yeah, Geller goes and looks at the used envvars. Right, supports .env. Right, we look at the loading in the project, right? Add source files at paths, and that's like a glob that we take in, and that's like your whole JS project in general, and we start looking for identifier nodes. Right, so we end up having that string and we can look over it. So that is then Geller core, Geller details core. All right, so then 07 more, right, .md. And the more would end up being ESLint. Different AST structures. No more Unist. No more Typescript native. Selectors instead. All right, so then when we start thinking about what selectors are, we can go to packages and we can look at ESLint plugin Geller, and that's where we create a selector for ESLint, or not selector, but a plugin for ESLint that, you know, has to deal with selectors in a significant way, right? So we see that we're just exporting that Geller rule. Okay, cool. All right, so this is some TS code. And that is definitely Markdown. Right, so the main gist is we want to do like one final slide about, you know, hey, so we did something with ESLint, or sorry, with Geller to like detect stuff at build time, but what about getting it in your editor? Could we check against your same stuff, right? We could do the same basic logic in which we export a rule for ESLint, and then, you know, we can look at a member expression, and that expression can then be checked for, yeah, so we actually need some of that. Right, and then we can kind of talk about that. So, all right, y'all ready for a real quick wham bam, thank you ma'am, rendition of this talk? I hope you're okay with it, because I'm about to do it. Slides, build, boom. I forgot to install. Oops. Oh. Alright, there we go. Slides build. One sec. Hold on. So that copy right there is what failed. Oh, wrong thing. Illegal operation on a directory. It's something like that. I've had to fix this a few times and I just haven't committed it. I don't want to deal with this right now. Oh, we actually got past that part? No, it's still like the slides. Yeah, no, that's it. So they do a make dir, they do a slides assets, that. Hold on, one of these is because I forgot to delete the directory. Wait, what? Alright, that should have fixed it. Alright, what am I doing wrong here? Fucking SHX. Is that it? Hold on. That was it. Alright, there we go. That was the fix. Took me forever. We got there. Yeah, SHX doesn't follow the same semantics, and that's where it gets annoying. It's fine, it's fine. Alright, so... hold on. Let's just reveal it. Let's give this presentation. No big deal. Reveal in Finder. We'll launch it with Firefox. We'll do this. Y'all get a real quick, hey, is this dude smoking weed or something version of this presentation. No big deal. So yeah, protecting the environment variables using ASTs. So what is an AST? It's an abstract syntax tree. It's what we understand of, you know, like what your compiler considers your code to be, right? If it were to look at the constituent pieces of your code, it would identify let as an identifier of some kind. It would identify the variable name you gave it as another identifier of some kind. And that is really it. It's like the code representation of your code. Right? And oh my god, my compiler is totally borked. An example, what do they use for? Oh, dude, this is the worst. God. So some basic ASTs, right? Or stuff that would use ASTs. Like, think about, like, Babel, Webpack, Typescript, ESLint, TreeSitter. These are all tools that use an abstract syntax tree of some kind to read your code and understand it better. If you're from the Neo-Vim world or just Vim world in general, TreeSitter is something you're intimately familiar with. So then think about like use cases for them, right? Like you would use ASTs to compile your TypeScript code to JavaScript code, like transpiling ES modern code to like ES5 or something, right? Code analysis of recognizing where a variable is used or if it isn't, such as ESLint. And then editor tooling, like how does VS Code actually even know when you mouse over a variable what that type is, etc. All these things are AST based. So when we talk about compiling, that's compiling TypeScript to JavaScript via TSC maybe, right? It's compiling maybe like compilers in general from C to assembly. Like, all of this stuff is relevant to the same idea of just, like, compiling in general. So what tools could we use to compile TypeScript or JavaScript and then understand them at a programmatic level? Well, yeah, we can use TypeScript itself to read TypeScript code. The compiler is actually usable as a library. There's also things like Unis, which is a universal syntax tree, which is meant to be a set of libraries and tools that are applicable to broad cases of ASTs in the programming world, like in the TypeScript world in general. Right? TS-Morph is actually Unis compatible. It generates an AST that is valid with Unis, but it also has some functions for modifying those ASTs that Unis doesn't actually try to solve itself without other libraries, etc. And then finally, when we think about ASTs, like think about like TreeSitter, which can actually parse C code, Rust code, Go code, whatever. As long as there's a parser for it, TreeSitter can turn whatever you got into an AST it understands, and in NeoVim's case, an AST that you can then use via tooling to decorate and modify and like create really nice editor plugins by knowing exactly what you're dealing with within your code, right? So the AST is hugely important for basically all tooling we have as developers nowadays. So when I talk about TypeScript, like literally TypeScript, and I would show that snippet, right? Snippet of TypeScript, totally hand wavy, no big deal. I get it, right? When I'm talking about Unis, ooh, let's look at an example of using the universal syntax tree. Here's some stuff for it, which I totally don't have yet, right? Hey, no big deal. And then finally, like tsmorph, like hugely valuable if you want to actually modify TypeScript code before something like TSC even hits it, or before something like Babel or whatever actually analyzes your TypeScript code. Could you implement your own TypeScript macros based upon tsmorph as a plugin for it, or as like a library that you use to create them? Abso-fucking-lutely. Like totally, damn right. You could use tsmorph in major ways to implement TypeScript macros. And I got a video coming out about that totally on YouTube here real soon. I don't dig into tsmorph specifically, but you know what I mean, okay? So then finally, like TreeSitter, oh my god, TreeSitter is amazing. As a tool, TreeSitter will help you like deal with the AST of many different languages. And you can even do so within a TypeScript library or plugin or even VS Code extension, like some stoner did. And you can like consume that WASM output to make, you know, JavaScript side editor tooling. Like totally doable. Even this dude can do it. And I'm pointing at me, like seriously, if I can do it, all of y'all can do it. I'm not majorly smart compared to all of y'all. I just scared away a very smart person, I'm sure. Right? Sorry, Mythic, if you're still out there. My bad. So yeah, what is the problem that we're actually trying to endorse, embrace, and talk about with this presentation I'm like faux giving right now? That is about like env vars in your application. And currently about just TypeScript applications, right? If you try and use process.env, do you have a build time tool that can call you out for not having that env var defined? The answer is probably no, because I had to write a tool to do so. So at runtime, yeah, right, functions will only fail when they call a missing env var. You can have this function exist as a server-side framework. And like, man, right? You will only know if that variable is not there at the very moment that you call that function. No worries there, Mark. Everyone here is smart, right? No one here is stupid. Let me phrase it that way. If you're here for the reason of programming, you're already smart. Don't worry about it, right? You're smart enough. You have met the bare minimum level of smartness to appreciate everything we're doing and to actually like have valid inputs and critiques of all of this stuff, right? So yeah, smart has nothing to do with it. We've already self-selected. So yeah, at runtime, a missing env var is undetectable until that function is called. So what about compile time, right? Crickets chirping, right? I linked to the ESLint issue. At compile time, there you go, thank you. Right, at compile time using ESLint, could you detect missing env vars? Well, we can point to an ESLint issue that I totally need to go link to that said it's outside of the scope of what they needed to do. Now, I'm going to show you that I actually used ESLint to do so, but I still think, no, it's outside the scope of the core for sure, and it's just a plugin away from using Geller, right? Just use Geller. Why not? So, solutions for this problem, right? There's Create T3 app, and I linked it the wrong way, but Create T3 app has a really cool env implementation. No, you're fine, Mark. Like, dude, this isn't the real talk anyway, so the heckles are worth it. Thank you. So, my thing is Geller, and it does something that I think Create T3 app just isn't designed to do, and that's fine. Like, you know, we all got blind spots, right? T3 app is very useful. Use it when you need to, but recognize that Geller can solve a problem for like an existing project that T3 app is not capable of doing so yet. Right? So if you were to use Create T3 app, you would end up creating this thing that says, hey, we got a function, create env. They're using Zod for validation, which is super cool. I like that. Awesome. And yeah, right? They define these variables that you will have on the client and the server, and they will dictate when you can access those, etc. And then finally, your runtime env is these variables, right? Filtered from process.env. Already, I want to point out that like if I were to use process.env in my application, T3 has no knowledge of that usage, right? So T3 is about being diligent ahead of time and only using process.env in this exact place. But if you have an existing project that uses process.env willy-nilly, a wild process.env shows up, there are major other cases. So yeah, like as usage in Create T3 app, you would do like a get, a thing, a get, right? And you got your database URL, and it's coming from env dot, and that env is a build time discern, compile time discern thing that, you know, has the values you care about. But again, it doesn't prevent you from using process.env wherever the fuck you want. So my thoughts are, yes, simply it's awesome for new projects if you can enforce the rules of that. Now it's harder to enforce for old projects. You can impose that rule and fix it, and it's just a giant PR, probably, right? But it's still like worth imposing those rules, so I'm not gonna say don't do it, right? Yeah, do the Create T3 app approach if you can discern that upon a project you're working on. If you don't have the ability to be so heavy-handed, you know, that might be an issue. So yeah, right? Nothing prevents a wild process.env without some kind of ESLint rule. So then moving on, I got Geller. I got my thing. It's just a command line tool that you run. You can move it into any package.json command that you run as part of like your deploy process. It can be part of your build command if you want. Yeah, no worries. So yeah, like Geller is a compile time, build time thing. It uses Typescript to crawl your entire code base and load it in and look for all usage of process.env, and it supports even .env as well, which is really cool. So yeah, let's look at some of the details. Here is one of the functions written as it, right? Get use env var sync. And all it does is take in your project, it adds the source files at paths and those globs or whatever files you want to include, right? This is the function called by the CLI tool. For sure, right? You pass in the globs you care about. And then we just crawl it, we do a thing, we look at those source files. For each, we look for descendants of kind, syntax identifier, and then finally we look at if that identifier is process. And we do some other stuff for process.env, or maybe someone trying to destructure from process. Like, you know, we have some edge cases we handle. I don't want to dig into too much of that because that's an implementation detail, right? So pretty cool, right? I have a tool that runs at runtime. It's very fancy, does some magic. Fancy, love it. But what about like, hey, could you get that reported to you in your editor as well? Oh, did you forget to define a .env variable locally as well? Well, doesn't that sound like a job for ESLint? One of the things that bums me out about that is that ESLint is an entirely different ESLint structure, right? So you can't use any of the Unist libraries, right? You can't use the TypeScript native crawling of these things and their same syntax kinds, etc. Instead, you have to use a very special selector that is ESLint specific, because ESLint exists in a time in which TypeScript didn't exist. So their syntax kinds aren't relevant, right? ESLint predates TypeScript. at least in a significant way. Maybe their origins are different, but ESLint lived in a time in which TypeScript was not the de facto standard for types in JavaScript, right? So at that point, they couldn't buy into it. They had to do their own thing. They had their own type system. So instead, let's look at like what that selector even looks like. Well, yeah, I load in my .env var. Sure, I got a function for that. That's no problem. That's no big deal, right? No big deal. Ignore that. I didn't show that function. No problem. But instead, hey, my Geller rule, which is what we're going to load into ESLint, simply looks for a member expression, right? And if that node.object name is process or the property name and the property name is env, then we do some stuff. And it is looking specifically for process.env blank. So we don't really handle the destructuring with this selector. I had to create an entirely separate selector to handle someone destructuring process or destructuring process.env, right? So the selector system is not ideal, but you can use it and you can eventually get to the same idea, right? You're gonna like start dealing with it. I deal with a bunch of as any because I was looking to be productive, not correct. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that matters is the consumer, not my internal type safety. External type safety is the only type safety that matters. In your internals of a library, just use any if it's keeping you from being productive. I'm gonna say that right now. I bet, and maybe, and hold on, this is a reference to the audience that the talk I'm about to give. I will lock eyes. I will look him dead in the eye. I bet the creator of Zod and TRPC used any, at least somewhere, because he just wanted to be productive. And I will lean in while I do so. Because I will bet money that we can find any somewhere within the repo of TRPC or Zod. And the creator of both actually goes to Seattle JS, and I will lock eyes with him while I say this. But I need to verify it ahead of time. He's a very cool dude. I've gone golfing with him. He's awesome. Like faux golfing, like, you know, Top Golf. But we'll go real golfing here when he's got time again. But again, it's about being productive. Use any inside of your library if it makes you less productive, because all that matters are the consumers of your library. Absolute type safety is only valuable if someone can benefit from it. Internally, just be productive. Exactly, Foo Force. I think that's a very important thing to recognize. Anything doing something as magical as Zod has to be doing some loosey-goosiness somewhere. So yeah, I appreciate that statement. Thank you, Foo Force, for sure. So yeah, and then finally, citations. That's my presentation so far. I think tomorrow I gotta fill in a bunch of those blanks, but how do y'all feel about the talk so far? I actually think we're going beyond a lightning talk, but I don't think they'd be bummed if I go to 20 minutes because they already had one lightning talk like bow out. So I think I could totally give a 20-minute talk and they'd be fine with it. I'll ask them ahead of time and see if there's stuff I need to cut. But yeah, I think I could totally give a 20-minute talk because I think I'm going beyond the 10-minute like real easy. But what do y'all think? Like content-wise, did I cover enough? Like, so keep in mind, my version of this lightning talk involved me chatting at y'all like you're here versus me chatting at a bunch of people that aren't going to ask shit. You know, like, yeah. No, they're a captive audience. I can talk at them like they don't even exist. That's how, like, you know, lightning talks actually work. So I will most likely talk faster than I've been talking right now, and we're looking at easily 10 minutes. I'm pushing it to be 15 minutes. Based upon, like, the content I currently have. I just know me. I don't think I'll go beyond 15 minutes, even if I tried. Right? I talk faster in public. It's a thing I gotta work on. I know, I get it. No big deal. But, yeah, I totally talk faster in public. This is a 15-minute talk max. unless I add other stuff. And yeah, how you doing there, Magicaros? I appreciate it, but just recognize, like, I don't care. Be triggered by my tabs. You are easily triggerable. T3 totally solves this problem in a really cool way. I want to make sure I call it out. Like, yeah, it's really cool. They have a really good way of solving this problem. I just simply think I have a way of solving this problem that solves a problem that, yeah, if you are adamant and strict and you're doing everything just right with T3, you'll never have this issue and no one will ever use process.env willy-nilly. On a large enough project with, let's say, 6+ people working on it, someone could squeeze in a process.env real easy. Someone's gonna rubber stamp that shit. It's gonna happen. Like, seriously, it will happen. That rubber stamp will happen. So at that point, can you establish a tool that prevents the rubber stamp of missing a process.env? And then at that point, like, Geller and T3 app can actually live, like, together on the same repo. I actually think Geller and T3 app can actually complement each other at that point. And maybe that's something I need to call out in my talk. Tomorrow we will do that fine-tuning. But yeah, I think, again, Mythic, if you're out there, I'm sorry. Let me just say that. I'm sorry. I was harsher than I should have been about what is very much bike shedding about the type. I get it. The bike shedding's worth it sometimes. I just don't think it was worth it here. And to try and shout it out as like a future lesson misses the point, because you can only learn from a future lesson with a mistake. Doing everything right means you will never think about that future lesson. So I need the mistake to remember it. Most people actually work that way. I know you already left, so too bad. I'm just guarding my statements to the future. Making myself feel better about them. I get it, my bad. I'm sorry. I already scared you away. Due to my combative nature. My bad. But yeah, I think we have a good jumping off point for tomorrow. We have established what our slides need to do, what we need to like solidify into our lightning talk. That's basically just barely shorter than a full talk, and I hope the organizers are okay with it. We'll have to find out. I'll have to time it. We'll find out. No big deal. That's the thing for tomorrow. Another thing for tomorrow is recognizing how we are messing up these types, because as we have discussed, like, as string or as stir should be the same as a reference. Maybe I'm wrong and I just gotta fix that. Sure, I get it. Okay, I can clone too. Right, when in doubt, clone it out. I don't think I actually solved anything though. So we gotta figure this one out. Yeah, we got a bug. So we got bugs for the rest tomorrow. We got bugs for my presentation tomorrow. We got all the things to do. But instead, let's go find someone to raid. We've had amazing stuff going on today. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you again, Prime, for the raid. Mr. Sir, just the best. Such a chill, awesome dude. I shout you out as much as I can. You know it, Mr. Prime. I assume other people know it too. One of my favorite things to say is how awesome and chill you are in person. I hope you don't mind me calling that out. I know, I'm dispelling the myth of you being like a superhuman. You're just a dude who's super fun to chat with and hang out with. My bad. My bad. Yeah, Prime's the man. He's awesome. He's just a dude, though, and that's my favorite part. And what up, Pure B? How you doing? We're about to go raid someone, so I'm sorry. I'll be over on my gaming stream here in just a minute. But we gotta figure out who to raid. Shit. Well, shit. Okay, so who's streaming right now? I was actually trying to go raid Mawixi, and I think Mawixi just finished. Well, shit. Well, shit. Ooh, hold up. We haven't had a chance to raid Odatnerd in a long time. He's awesome. Let's do it. I know, I'm sorry, Pure B. I have my gaming stream I'll be on in a little bit, right? If you're not aware, I totally have a gaming channel. I will be eating some sushi. Maybe I have some time to game tonight after eating that sushi. Oh, you know what? Nah, we're doing this. Hold on. Ooh, Split Chunks, you're probably onto something. Would you be willing to, like, come into chat tomorrow and help me figure that out? I'd like to, like, actually think about it. I'm at the moment where all I can think about is the sushi I want to eat and, like, the restroom I have to use. Like, I gotta pee real bad. So, like, my thought process is hugely interrupted, like Harrison Bergeron style, right? Me having to pee and me wanting to eat food is like the alarm bells in my ears. I can't think about shit. That's fine, Split Chunks. Let's chat about it tomorrow and let's actually discuss and think about, like, what you're talking about. I think I might be doing the thing you already talked about, but I only did it for Typescript. So maybe you're trying to do, like, the language agnostic version, and sounds cool. But I'm just saying, I gotta pee real bad, and I'm trying to find, like, some stream to raid. And I'm looking at a couple. I have not raided Odatnerd in ages. He's doing some game stuff. He's using Godot. I don't know if that means he's writing Rust today. Looks like he's doing Python because Git-Script is Python adjacent. So we're gonna go raid Odatnerd. If you want to hang out and, you know, watch some shit, some show while I'm gaming, feel free. I'll be over there on Griffing and Chill, my gaming channel, here real soon, right? It's just gaming, no big deal. Like, I'll be over there in just a minute. We're gonna go raid Odatnerd, who's awesome. He's a super chill dude. And again, Prime, thank you so much for that raid. I really like the fact that you're doing the late night raids because it means that, like, hey, there's a chance I'll actually catch a raid. Because you end so early in the day, I just, you know, it's tough. But yeah, Prime's the man. I'm a huge fan. I think y'all know that. Huge fan. Especially because he's actually so chill in public. It's a way of framing it that way, Pure B, but I don't think that's the way you need to judge them. Prime is Prime. His history doesn't make him who he is. Who he is in the moment is what makes him who he is. No, I get it. Like, I was a snowboard bum that lived in a van for easily, like, summers for, like, 10 years. Like, no big deal. I was a snowboard bum. To judge me for that versus just recognizing, like, you know, we can write the code, it's no big deal. He came into this world kicking and screaming, and he's been the same way ever since. No, I get it, Foo Force, and I understand it's inspiring. I'd like to hope people think that my story is inspiring too, because I didn't actually become a dev until I was 30. I spent 10 years out of high school as a snowboard bum, right? Like, none of this shit makes us who we are. We are who we are because we decided to be who we are. Right? So, like, to equate what his story was before he decided to be who he was is actually to kind of, like, disregard just the fact that he decided who he wanted to be at that moment, you know? Yeah, that is who we're talking about. I get it, Pure B. I just think to classify them as that is to do them a disservice. That's all. That is them. That is the Primogen. He's great. I'll make a, you know, the story of CM Griffin here some point. Less people care about that story, but I'll still make it. No, I get it. It's fine. No, I know what you're saying. Sorry, Pure B. Not trying to make you feel like the jerk. That's Steve Martin's role. Or my role, depending on who you talk to. So yeah, let's go raid ODAT Nerd. No, you should not feel like the jerk. I feel like the jerk. I'm the jerk. Don't worry about it. That's what I do. Plenty of people will agree with that. Oh shit, hold on. Did I type that wrong again? God damn it. I can type, I swear. We got there. Yeah, no worries. Just saying. Sorry, I don't know. Right? Prime's awesome. I'm not trying to diminish any of that. I'm just saying we all have our own unique origin story, and no version of any of those origin stories is greater or worse. All that matters is that you're here now. Right? You're doing what you're doing right now. Your history, less meaningful. Don't dwell on it. No big deal. Oh, Pure B. Nice. Sounds like the core principle of the Philip K. Dick short story that inspired Total Recall. No big deal. Yeah. I read that short story too. No big deal. I gotcha. Wink. I read that short story too. Come on, man. All right, so see y'all again soon. See you tomorrow. Later. See some of y'all on gaming. BRB.